Hey everyone, James Azar here with CyberHub Engage. I hope you are all staying healthy and well. Welcome to another virtual summit in the era of COVID-19. We've been hearing a lot, reading a lot, seeing a lot of different discussion points around this COVID-19 pandemic. Today's virtual summit is all about the new cyber paradigm. How has COVID-19 really changed the cybersecurity game, industry? The priorities of chief information security officers, the way cybersecurity technology companies and vendors rework their solutions in these times as well, all matter to us. And we have a lineup of some amazing speakers. We have Tony Cole from Attivo. We've got my favorite, Mark Houpt from DataBank, the chief information security officer there. We have JJ from KnowBe4 joining me to an amazing session. I have Nicholas, who's also part of this, and Scott, and so many others that are going to be coming up here for this specific virtual summit. Before we get started, though, just a little message from us here at CyberHub Engage. We have been working hard and tirelessly on cultivating new, amazing content for our listeners. And we're in the process of a rebrand. We'll soon be not known as the CyberHub Engage podcast, but rather just the CyberHub podcast. We'll have 4 pillars of content you folks can enjoy that are going to be on 2 different podcast listening channels. That announcement's going to be coming next week, so make sure you subscribe now to be able to get all of that. We're really cultivating our content. We're going to have some great value add for cybersecurity practitioners and people who work within the security teams at different and all size organizations. So a lot more on that coming through over the next few weeks for our May 4th. May the 4th be with you. Launch and relaunch. But until then, let's get into our first session today with the one and only amazing Tony Cole from Attivo Networks. Folks, you're not going to want to miss this. It's all about deceptions. It's coming up right now. Hey everyone, James Azar here with the CyberHub Engage Virtual Summit in the days of COVID-19. Our topic, the new cyber paradigm, how cybersecurity has essentially been transformed and changed thanks to the development of this COVID-19 virus. Joining me for this next session is Tony Cole. He's the CTO of Attivo Networks. He's also on the NASA Advisory Council. He's on the board of directors of IC². He's also an advisory board member and a member of the NACD. And his CV just goes really very so long. Very skillful guy. Tony, welcome to the virtual summit. How are you doing?
Doing good, James. Thank you very much for having me on the show. I appreciate it.
Man, it's great to have you on. I got to start off by saying before anything else, I love your LinkedIn posts. They're probably some of my favorite to follow and kind of engage with because they're always very thought-provoking and they're not controversial, but they're very kind of in-your-face topics. So it's just one of those fun aspects. And for people who aren't connected with you on LinkedIn, they should right now.
I appreciate that.
So as we kind of talk a little bit about the shift into new cyber paradigm, tell us a little bit, for those who don't know, what Attivo Networks is all about and its mission.
Yeah, Attivo Networks is all about cyber deception, taking the successes of deception in the physical world and applying them to the cyber realm, really to give back home field advantage to the defenders. You know, it's interesting that most defenders don't think about the fact that the attacks against them about 95% of the time, and that's a ballpark number, but a good chunk of the time, the adversaries are using deception against us, and yet we're not using deception against them to really own our own enterprise and make the adversary have to guess what's correct and true and what isn't. So it's a different shift, and it's really making some really good inroads into changing the paradigm.
When we talk a little bit about you kind of mentioned this, attackers use deception against us. And I think a lot of people are aware of phishing emails and some of the social engineering stuff that's around that. But could you share with us just a little bit about the other types of deceptions that attackers use that maybe people don't really consider deception, but really are deception in face value?
Yeah, waterhole attacks, have risen and declined in discussions, across the last few years. And it's really interesting. That's one that's deception for sure that people don't think about. And it's simply, infecting either a website or one of the third-party advertisement servers. So websites feeding data, feeding advertisements to that site for where an organization goes, pretty frequently. So when you think about how we get breached today, whether that's a direct phishing attack or an attachment, the whole goal, including the waterhole attacks, is for people to think an attack is or a link, a URL, an attachment, a website is one thing when in reality it's something else. So that's really the whole gist of it. So it is really making people think they're getting something when it's actually something else. And of course, right now with COVID-19 going on, that is a huge, huge issue because there's a million scams around COVID-19 where people are utilizing phishing, waterhole attacks, and everything else. Stimulus check calls, that just give us your account information, we'll give you a $100 coupon. So tons of attacks, all utilizing deception against us in all facets of life, whether that's, in the real world or in the online world.
It's very interesting because you're right, and yet we call these cyber criminals, some people call them hackers when they're cyber criminals that use this deception, when we should call them the deceptors, right? Kind of going off of off of that. But what is defensive deception technology? I mean, what does that really mean? Because a lot of people hear deception, they think so many other things. Some people think honeypots, some people think hackbacks and so forth. What is defensive cyber deception?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'll tell you, back when I was in the military and I was running network security at the Pentagon, one of the things that was interesting to me was honeypots. And this is in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I reached out to Lance Spitzner, who'd started the HoneyNet project. And I looked at honeypots and honeynets and what he was building, the whole Know Your Enemy series. And I really liked the concept. Back then, the challenge really around using honeypots, which is deceptive in nature, was really designed for research, luring adversaries in that were doing attacks into a semi-unprotected box that may have some patches on it, but not up to date, that an adversary could quickly breach, and trying to very quickly ascertain how they breached that box and learn about them. But it wasn't really sitting inside anybody's perimeter. Today, that's almost 20 years ago. Today, instead, it's focused on building a deceptive component inside your environment. So completely from a defensive nature. We're not talking about hacking back. So putting breadcrumbs and lures on the production assets. As we discussed, that same deceptive attack takes place from a Decepticon, as you said, or Deceptor, right? So it comes in and they send a link so that looks real, that looks like, they did a spear phish against a specific individual, spoofed an email address, and it looks like it came from a CEO. They click on that link, and that happens, as we know, every single day. Somebody clicks on that link, and the first thing the adversary does is pops up on that box and looks around. Where am I? How did I get here? Because they've sent these out, to a number of different locations. They've done their reconnaissance, and the first thing they do is they go in and they look in memory. The first thing they're going to find are some, guess what, deceptive credentials planted by the good guys, the defenders. So, and that deceptive credential or configuration file or a number of other deceptive items will lead them into a decoy environment. So any touch, and this is the important part and answers your question, any touch of any of those deceptive components inside an enterprise is an anomaly in of itself, which means you have a high fidelity alert very, very quickly from this defensive deceptive environment inside the enterprise. So we're not luring anybody in, we're just detecting those people inside the environment, doing away with all the false positives when the preventive stack has failed, and very quickly alerting and getting the team to move quickly to counter that threat that's moving inside the wire.
Yeah, it's a great explanation of the importance of deception technology for defensive purposes. But what are some of the use cases for really defensive deception technology? And there are some use cases for it, kind of on the second part of the question, which is beyond its intended use. Kind of, there's so much data that you do get out of it. So how does that all come together? How does deception really help you build a more robust security program?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And it's very interesting. Gartner's talked about this a lot recently. NIST has now added deception, Security Control 26 to 853, Revision 5. It will be rolled into the cybersecurity framework when that's updated as well. Revision 5 will drop hopefully later this summer. It's in final draft now, and deception is not going to be pulled out, I've been assured. So that's really interesting and shows, that it's really moved a long way down that path. So the use cases for it are relatively simple, depending on the maturity of your environment and the makeup of your environment. From that, I mean, we have some customers that don't have a lot of security personnel. They don't study the adversary. They're worried instead about detecting somebody inside their environment when their preventative solutions fail, as they all do sooner or later. So they use it primarily for detection. It's a high fidelity alert. It's all hands on deck when they get an alert. It's not like the other systems that light up frequently where they're sifting through tons and tons of data looking for that needle in the haystack. Instead, when the Attivo solution alarms, they know that is a needle. It's the real deal, and you need to react to it. No solution's perfect. Of course, there's occasionally a false positive. Maybe you didn't whitelist a red team tool or something along that line. But nevertheless, it's high fidelity alerts. You can also shift that whole paradigm very forward to those lean forward organizations that have a mature capability where they want to do campaigns on campaigns on campaigns, where they want to study the adversary, and they shift them into the decoy environment, and we'll let them play for a long period of time as they study the TTPs of the adversary moving around inside the decoy environment. So really, it's from low end detection to the high end detection, and the use cases for that are really very, very comprehensive. And from that, the way the solution is delivered, whether it's on-premise, a hybrid between on-premise and cloud, or in the cloud, it doesn't matter to us. It's delivered to the customer inside their environment. So the important piece for this, James, that's so interesting to me is the use cases. Quite often we're learning from our customers that said, hey, we wanted to show you this. Look what we caught. Here's the campaign that we built, and here's what we did with the art form on top of the science. And I like to talk about deception as art and science. We provide the science, and many of these lean forward teams build an art form on top of that with their different campaigns. We could talk about, remote location detection, protecting legacy environments, IoT, SCADA, things you can't patch. So building campaigns around that. To those companies that are really lean forward, that I have a lot of fun talking to, that go external, and they'll build social media around their campaign. So here's inside their environment, here's a decoy network they built for a new research project that doesn't really exist. And guess what? They've mapped that to social media. So somebody doing serious reconnaissance will actually find those individuals in the real world, even though they don't exist, or information's been modified on real people to match those campaigns. That's the art form on top. So much you can do in this space, and we could talk about that for hours.
You bring up a really good point, which is a lot of cybersecurity teams kind of take deception and they take the science and they build the art on top of it.
Yeah.
When CISOs kind of look at different technologies to put in their environment, especially now in the era of remote work, and we're going to get into that and kind of the shift that's happening right now in the cyber industry, simply because of what we're going through right now. I mean, for all inducive purposes, we could be sitting in an actual conference hall having this conversation on stage with hundreds or not thousands of people watching. Instead, we're online, each in his own place, kind of in isolation. And as you look at how teams can kind of use it now in this point in period of time, how has this really helped organizations start to defend and understand the new TPPs that are happening because of COVID-19, like you were mentioning earlier?
Yeah, we have a lot of organizations that are using our AD secure component, and a really interesting one that allows you to deploy technology onto the endpoint. So, and if that endpoint gets compromised, one of the first things an adversary will do, besides looking at memory and such, is also do queries to Active Directory. I liken it to, the GPS really of an enterprise. Provides all the information on where to go, where the applications are, who the users are, the administrative credentials. So with AD Secure running on an endpoint sitting somewhere and somebody tries to pivot back in and do queries to AD, what we do is we allow that to take place, but we provide deceptive information back to that compromised endpoint. So you're really in control, even though that endpoint's sitting in, in previous days, we would say on the road in a Starbucks or something, right? And today, obviously everybody's sitting at their house or, some rural areas, maybe outside a library, picking up Wi-Fi to work. So that's where I live. It's in some of the rural areas around here that are doing that. But it allows you to be focused on that endpoint and the security of that endpoint, even though maybe you didn't have the bandwidth that was needed, and suddenly, you've got split tunneling VPNs set up because you were, bogging down and killing everything. When suddenly you've got, 150,000, remote workers, when previously you had, 1,000, 2,000, something that you weren't designed to do. So the traffic that was going into your environment and then going back to those remote workers, so your entire architecture can't keep up. So instead you turn on split tunneling so that if they go to the web, it's not actually going back past your own IPS, your own firewalls, your own systems inside. So that prevented infrastructure is pretty much gone, and you have the endpoint infrastructure that you have to rely on. So that's one component that helps tremendously, is our AD Secure and our EDN technology, Enterprise Detection Net, Endpoint Detection Net. Guess I need more coffee. But it's interesting. It really changes things up quite a bit, because a lot of organizations, are finding they simply can't support the bandwidth to have every system go all the way into their enterprise, let alone those organizations, you feel really terrible for, that can't get all of the systems they need right now, and suddenly everybody has to work remotely. And they've all enabled a lot of organizations a lot of people to take their own personal devices and work on those. And that's even more of a problem. So you want to deploy something on there so you can watch that and protect your company still and your intellectual property.
Yeah, I think, the one thing when this whole thing happened is no one was prepared for it. Yeah. There was no time to react. It kind of hit. And I think a lot of people, I'd say 95% of people were, this isn't going to be a big deal. We'll get over this. We'll be fine. And lo and behold, we start the shutdown. I remember I took one of the last flights out of Israel to come home before Israel shut down. And they were one of the first countries to really shut down in early March. And as we were flying back as we were on the flight back, I was talking to the flight attendant, and she was like, yeah, we don't know when we're going to be back. Like, we have no clue. We're all heading home, and we just don't know when the next flight is going to be, or if there's going to be another one, and for how long. And like you said, no one was prepared for it. We're in this era of COVID-19. We can't ignore it. And this shift isn't going away anytime soon. I've said it so many times before, for those that have, listened to our podcast, or for those who follow us on social media, that until there's a vaccine and until there's an established kind of some sort of, herd, kind of like a herd, essentially, contamination where people have develop an immunity for it, our lives are going to be different. And we're looking at 18 months from now. Folks, this is not going away anytime soon. So speaking of that, we're in this era where what we're doing right now, I don't think we're all going to stay in quarantine for 18 months. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, the days of going into the office 5 days a week from, 8 to 5 are pretty much over with. Once quarantine's over with, people will start to go to work for maybe 3 to 4 hours a day for essential meetings, but predominantly to reduce infection and reduce the risk of people getting this. You'll only bring essential personnel on specific days of the week and so forth. So how do CISOs really use deception in their quest to secure their organizations over the long term of this, meaning not just right now, this very moment, but over the next 18 to 24 months, where we're still going to be dealing with this, and this is still going to be a reality for us?
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point. And when you look at what deception does, it's very different than most of the preventative tools. And I think it's IDC said that about 100, or it might have been Gartner, I think it was Gartner, about 125 billion US dollars is spent every year on security tools. And if you look at the breaches that take place on a daily basis, there's a lot of great sites for that. Information is beautiful.net, visualizations of data records stolen. So it's one of my favorite sites to show in a visual fashion, how many breaches happen continuously. Then we definitely, have massive problems still where the adversaries, have the major advantage. So deception really, in the remote world provides a lot of capabilities that those preventative tools and where most of that spend does not today. So whether that's on the cloud side where you can drop in deceptive S3 buckets, deceptive Lambda functions, deceptive configuration files to a hybrid between on-premise and cloud. And I think we're going to see a pretty big migration to cloud, based on the scenario that you just laid out that we're living in right now. I think that that's going to be a big focus for people. How do you protect, your cloud assets? And that's a great way to do it is utilizing deception, where you can put assets in the cloud, that are deceptive, and any touch of those, again, high fidelity alert. So you're really protecting that intellectual property wherever it resides, from the endpoint to the cloud or anywhere in between. And I think that when you look at the issues that we have with a completely remote workforce, and quite frankly, there's going to be some interesting studies in future years, on the security issues that came up, when we suddenly moved everybody, to work from home. I think it's going to be some fascinating reading in a year or 2 years from now. You're going to see, some of the significant gaps in the preventative technologies that exist today. The deception really fills in those pieces. So that gives you the high fidelity alerts based simply on the fact that you shouldn't touch them. So let me put it this way. When you take any type of VLAN and you take the unused IP space in it and you drop decoys into that, and you align that from a campaign style, much like your own systems exist today. So maybe you've got 10% that are a little bit behind on the patching side, simply because you got to do some testing for these old applications, or you have some systems that you simply can't patch and you put additional security controls in. When you take your decoys and you align them out with a campaign the same way, those systems only get touched in one fashion. That's by an adversary. So that helps fill in tremendous gaps, where those breaches take place today via phishing, via waterhole attacks, via fileless malware. It doesn't really matter how the adversary gets in. Sooner or later, they touch that deceptive environment. And a good 95% of the time from customers tell us that it's much, much sooner than later. So because again, as you fill up that unused IP space with those decoys, you're going to get alerts in a very quick fashion. So my point is that you're not required to run a large infrastructure for this. You can run it as virtualized cloud or on-premise if you still take that path, but it gives you a new capability for remote workers that you've not had in the past, simply because it's those high fidelity alerts that don't require a large team to monitor continuously. A large organization, we hear from some of them, you light up, maybe 3 to 5 times a month. That's it. So very, very different from all the false positives that come flowing in from the preventative side, or the Yuba solutions, looking at anomalous activity, so that are trying to gauge what's normal, what isn't. This is touch it, that's abnormal, that's a problem, you need to go look at it.
You brought up the idea of, you brought up traditional cyber, and traditional cyber is gone, right? The whole idea of being logged into a corporate network through a workstation in an office is pretty much all but gone. And this crisis has not only advanced some of the transformation that's been needed for to go to the cloud, not only to transition to the cloud, but also this whole idea of what is an endpoint. Right? I mean, the definition of an endpoint has changed. My personal laptop was never a real concern for an endpoint for an organization. Now it is, because it's where I do my work from. I'm at home. And not only did our endpoints change, but who uses our endpoints has also changed, right? Kids are using their parents' computers. They're on the same network as their parents. We all know that kids are more susceptible to cyber attacks. They're easier for the deceptors, it's easier to deceive kids than it is sometimes grown adults. And I feel like a lot of us live in the shell. A lot of people I speak with in security will live in the shell where we go, well, I'd never fall it. I've got my home network segmented. My kids don't come on my home network. They have their own network. Yeah, that's true for maybe 20% of the cyber industry. And I say 20 because 20% are probably proactive on home cyber. And I think the other 80 are just, like, who's going to come after my kids or come after me at home? But then the rest of the population, the other 99% of people that don't work in cyber, don't have a segmented home network, don't have multiple devices. A lot of people have one or two computers at a house for 4 or 5 people. How do you start to address that specifically with deception? And how has that maybe changed the way deceptors operate in this space? Have you seen any changes in the era of COVID-19 with that?
Yeah, on the consumer side, we're not playing in that space. So not at this point in time. So it's really more focused on the enterprise side for us. So if you take that same case and you've got, a couple computers in a household and one of them actually is part of some corporate enterprise and has to work remotely from one of their personal systems, then certainly, that's an area that we cover. And it's an area where, we could build a structure very quickly for them to deploy, our endpoint detection net on that system, that they're running, their personal system that's running inside the corporate environment. And you've got all the capabilities there. However, part of the challenge is going to be for a long period of time, how do you help those people who aren't tech savvy? Health Net was a great example of this. It came out just recently. They changed a bill. I don't know if you read on this one, but it was fascinating. I did an interview on this, and they were talking about relaxing standards for telehealth because of COVID-19. So, all right, well, how do you ensure that people are doing the right things? And quite frankly, I think if you talk to many people that are sick, that are trying to talk to a doctor, their response would be, why the hell do I care? At this point in time, I want to talk to my doctor because I may have COVID-19 and I want to ensure that I'm taking care of myself and thereby taking care of my family. So when you look at that and you tear that apart a little bit and look a little bit deeper, I think about my own elderly relatives and how would I convince them? It's like, look, I'm going to tell you, you need to download this third-party app for that chat window, that you want to utilize and turn on encryption. And it's difficult to get them up on chat, let alone, get them to ensure they're running encryption on anything. So the point is that we're not going to be successful in that fashion at this point in time. I think the best thing we can do is those systems that are personal systems that are connected to enterprise, because an enterprise had to do that to be successful in getting people to work from home. That's where we can lay out deception, our EDN and other solutions onto them. But I don't think we're going to be able to solve the problem on the consumer side for some period of time, which is why you truly need deception on any of those systems connected to enterprise assets. Your scenario you laid out is perfect. I have my own family members and friends like, well, why do I need to worry about my kid's laptop? I don't do any banking on that system. They're just chatting and now they're doing virtual school on it. Exactly as you said. Well, that's a pivot point into your own network that could get to that system that's connected to a corporate system. And that's where deception, can play a tremendous benefit, even though it's not protecting that kid doing their remote schoolwork. It still is protecting those corporate assets.
That's in this whole kind of COVID-19 stuff that's been happening. One of the key aspects, I think, for a lot of people is the fact that if you're allowing someone to log in from their home network into your corporate network, and they're not using VPN. And we know that VPN sales have skyrocketed in the era of COVID-19. But beyond just a VPN, there's so much more that goes with it, which is the device integrity. Zero trust has been really talked a lot about right now. And there's a bunch of stuff that really comes from there as well. It'll be very interesting to see how this all develops. I think now that I think the dust has settled from the initial, we're a month in, I think the dust has settled. I think people are now planning more long-term and not shorter stopgaps. Obviously, I think that's one of those. You've been talking a lot about your EDN solution, kind of your endpoint net. So how's that different from a traditional endpoint security product?
Yeah, it's very different. When you look at what it really does, it gives you three different facets. So it gives you the threat strike piece, which is the credentials, those lures and breadcrumbs, and you could add decoy docs if you wanted as well. So somebody does a compromise, they take that document off the system, they open it, and it beacons back to you and lets you know that document was stolen. So a really good heads up. Our AD Secure that I discussed, that really protects that the Active Directory system, the GPS of an environment. So, and then Threat Path, which is another interesting piece I didn't touch on, and that one's great fun. I love when an organization puts that in place and they come back and talk about what they found and what they are able to fix. And what Threat Path does is it looks at the structure across your enterprise. And if you were compromised, how an adversary could move across the enterprise with orphan credentials, different shares, different paths that you probably aren't aware that are there. So it allows you to do a pre-cleanup before you're breached, so the adversary couldn't move through those paths. So that's a very interesting piece as well that's part of EDN. So some really cool facets between Threat Strike, AD Secure, and the Threat Path.
There's so many... You were talking a little bit earlier about NIST and deception being part of version 5 of NIST 853. How does deception come in, and how do CISOs utilize? I kind of want to focus a little bit more on the CISO for the remaining part of our session here for the next about 10-15 minutes or so, if that's okay with you. So how do CISOs leverage deception in the risk management plan? And how does that help them really build a better risk management profile for their organization? Let's start with that, and then I've got a few follow-ups to that.
Sure. Yeah, so when you look at deception and how it fits into risk management, and I mean, really, we talk about defending against this attack, that attack, and I mean, for any CISO, they should know this is risk management. For any company, any board, it's risk management. I mean, you are managing risk for your organization. So, and where are you going to sink your dollars? Where are you going to put those? These are high value assets. That's critical to me. The impact to my company could be huge. So I'm going to focus on those high value assets and the paths to those high value assets. And a lot of people build their whole strategy, for risk management in the cyber realm around that piece. So from disaster recovery, business continuity to ensuring those high value assets are protected and stay up. So when you look at that based on frameworks that exist today, so the cybersecurity framework from NIST 853, so feeds those controls in. If you look at the MITRE attack matrix and the fact that you're looking at it from an adversary perspective, or ISO standards or any other, all of those are frameworks to help you build a structure to protect and focus on those high value assets. We all know that you can't protect everything equally. If you try to do that, it's a losing proposition. So deception is a good fit for the CISO, now that we see NIST recommending it as a security control because they labor it out, misdirection, misinformation you're feeding to the adversary, gives you time, so gives you high value, high fidelity alerts. So, and really is, I hesitate to use this term, but I'm going to drop it in here anyway, a stopgap when the other pieces have failed. And they often fail, when we simply don't know about it. And that's the big problem that we have. When your preventative tools fail, what is telling you when an adversary is moving laterally inside your environment today? Today, most organizations don't know. And that's why we see dwell times that stretch out, according to the Ponemon Institute, up to 178 days, 56 days if you read FireEye's Mandiant's M-Trend reports. So then you get different numbers on that. But if you're not detecting those adversaries within a very short period of time, you go back to that risk management component, then the impact from that breach can be absolutely significant versus having a high fidelity alerting system that's a stopgap, that tells you when somebody has breached and moved laterally and moved past your preventative controls. Suddenly now you're able to shrink that dwell time from, pick the number, whatever organization's reporting it, but down to minutes, where you can stop that adversary. They breached, if you liken it to the physical world, somebody's broken into your house, they kick the front door open, but guess what? You have an alarm system that, immediately went off and they went, running down the street as fast as they could before the cops get there. And it's the same thing. High fidelity alerts from deception really tie in well into a risk management framework where, the CISO gets notified when somebody's going after those high value assets so that are laid out in the cybersecurity framework. We map to that MITRE attack matrix. We've laid out all our tools against that, as well as against the cybersecurity framework and a number of the ISO frameworks as well, and some others.
So that's great. A lot of CISOs, though, use multiple different frameworks in their cybersecurity plan, right? No one's really, I say NIST 853, as great as it is, or even NIST 171, where a lot of people say, start with that, people still use, give or take, a lot of different from all these different frameworks. How do you fit in deception in kind of a multi-framework setting in a major enterprise where, you want to spend your dollars efficiently and effectively, but you also want to be able to really withstand all the different types of attacks? And how do you explain it to the board? Like I said, you've been really good at explaining defensive deception technology as, we're not hacking back, we're giving these guys misinformation. Some people a lot of times are concerned with that. If you have a very conservative board, trying to let them know, hey, we're putting out misinformation, could even be concerning to them. How do you overcome some of those questions and some of those concerns?
Yeah, it's interesting. And we used to have a lot of trouble, when I was trying. In fact, I spent more of my time at the Pentagon trying to implement honeypots, arguing with lawyers than actually turning technology on. Because back then, and we still have that misconception today, and that's that, if you talk deception, you're talking honeypots. If you're talking honeypots, it's a research project, and you're trying to lure people in. You still have some organizations that want approvals from a general counsel because they have very stringent structure around insider threat. And with deception, you don't care if it's somebody who broke in, and is moving around inside your enterprise across the wire. Then you want to catch them. If it's an insider moving around, you also don't care, because any touch again of deceptive platform is going to cause a little high fidelity alert. Even if somebody's moving around inside your environment and you've got policies and they're very stringent policies and they're told they're not supposed to, and you have no security controls, you can end up catching those individuals. And we've got a lot of organizations that have walked people out. So you may have general counsels in some organizations that are sensitive to insider threat programs, and we have some customers that have integrated it with their HR team. So their HR team is immediately alerted when there's an insider threat that's caught. So, and that whole process is managed through the general counsel, the incident response team, and the HR team for what's going to be the process, with their own people that are doing bad things, or maybe not even malicious, but not following policy. So I think it's something that's easily manageable today, and we've got a lot of experience on that. And we've not seen any organization say, no on deception because a general counsel doesn't want it in place. Regardless of what framework they have, we map out to the multiple frameworks they have focused on their high value assets. We have some, Fortune 50 customers that have rolled it out enterprise wide and focused on everything because they've got a lot of investment that they do in this area. They've got a mature team and they want to study the adversary. But we've also got those that have a very limited framework, and their whole framework is focused on a few high value assets that they want to do detection for and nothing more. And then a lot of customers in between out of the hundreds of customers that we have.
Yeah, it's always very interesting to see there's no one shoe fits all. There's no one size fits all in cyber, no one size fits all in any solution whatsoever. And in fact, there's always a bit of a challenge for people within cyber for a lot of CISOs, which is which technologies do I really use and how do they impact, and where do I get the most buck for my dollar? As we kind of wrap up this our session together, Tony, kind of a few questions for you around the idea of what are some of the key takeaways from this COVID-19 that are really going to change the way cyber's done into the new cyber paradigm? Where do you see all of this kind of falling? Because you sit on a bunch of boards. You're obviously one of the better known names in cybersecurity. So where do you kind of see the fallout of COVID-19 in terms of cybersecurity?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I saw a post, and I won't mention the company name, but they were talking about all of their security folks still have to come into the office every day, and I mean, that's a concern. So you need to be able to build today a remote workforce for your security team, which means that you need to have security tools that can be accessed remotely, so they can be run remotely, that can be alerted remotely, and that team, has to have a structure for switch off. Just think about it this way. I will always remember at the Pentagon, we were early adopter of one of the first SIM solutions. It wasn't SIM, it was SIM back then, just the SIM. And it was really interesting how we told them, it's like, one of the things that's missing in this is a way to do handoff. What do you mean? Well, we want to be able to actually add notes to every event that we're working that could turn into, an incident. So, and we want to jot notes on that and be able to have it there for somebody to reference, because you could pass off information to somebody on a 30-minute overlap on shift, but guess what? Once they go, they may have additional questions, and that person's home sleeping, and you don't want to wake them to say, I missed that little bit on this, or you forgot to tell me this. So think about that today when people work remotely from home. How do you build a structure where somebody can access that remotely, get alerts remotely, but then hand that off to another organization? Don't be texting my phone, automatically on the system at 3 a.m. If we've got a team of 40 people working on this around the globe, it should be able to follow these people working in their homes. So we're going to see tremendous shifts, I think, in the technology, access to the technology, handoffs in the technology, and I think a significant shift to the cloud as well, where people aren't focused on going into work. Instead, all of the security perimeter, all of the inside alerting information, the deceptive systems, are all focused on cloud and endpoint, because that's really where we've been migrating for a while now, and that's the important piece. Can we actually ensure we keep those endpoints secure, and our infrastructure, which is going to migrate to the cloud based on this much more quickly than many of us thought?
You triggered me to ask you about SOCs, and I'm going to ask you because I feel like the traditional model of a SOC, a security operations center, for those who may not know the acronym, just for those listening or watching, of people coming in and working in one building, is now going to transition to the cloud SOC, which we've seen the rise of a cloud SOC. We've seen a lot of different people talk about it, but do you see that becoming kind of the new standard in COVID-19?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to see a lot more outsourcing than we saw in the past, where people go to companies, the traditional MSSPs, the traditional MSPs, and I think we'll see a lot of, cloud-focused security companies that can really help in this space. I mean, there's a lot more remote workforce than there ever was in the past, obviously, and it's going to, as you indicated earlier in the show, I agree with you. I think it's going to stay that way. So we're going to see a lot of people move to these cloud security companies, which I think can be a really good thing as well, because many of them are running their own security operations center in the cloud. They're providing all of the expertise for you. They're doing pretty much everything except conditioning the endpoints, and those endpoints instead connect to this cloud infrastructure. And everybody's connected to the cloud to work remotely from home anyway. Hence, we've seen some of these stocks really go up as the market's, taken a significant hit. So I think we're going to see that accelerate. And as I started to say, that's a good thing, because it also allows many of these organizations to provide security expertise where maybe there were companies before that didn't have that expertise or limited expertise. Because if you go to one of those cloud providers, you can get a lot more expertise and a lot more focus where maybe you didn't have the resources to provide it for yourself. And I think we'll see new cost models come out of this as well for many of these small businesses too.
Yeah, there's going to be an inherent change in how it's done. I for one predict a bunch of consolidation over the next 12 months in the industry. And I also think that this whole idea of securing your corporate network and, the kind of layered approach of defense in depth is really going to change. Not defense in depth isn't going away, but the approach for defense in depth is really going to change going forward, simply because everyone's working through the cloud, whether you like it or not. And this is really going to change, and it's really going to impact it. Later on in one of our sessions, folks, we talk about incident response in the era of COVID-19. When you can't deploy teams to actually deal with that, how are you dealing with remote incident responses? And we'll talk a little bit about how, in fact, this is really been going on for years, and it's really good. I mean, Tony, you bring up such a great point around deception and everything that's happening, that you're absolutely right, man. I mean, we're in the midst of this change. It's going to be, it's sad to see the loss of life. It's also very exciting from a technological perspective, because we've never lived in a better time. This is the best time to be alive ever, in mankind. You've never had this much technology. I mean, had this happened, I think 100 years ago, at the time of the Spanish flu, the numbers would be astronomical. They'd be through the roof. And so we've been able to really contain it. Still very sad loss of life, very sad. But we'll recover, and we'll come right back. We've been there before. We'll get through this again. Humanity's resilient.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's a great meme that's floating around that relates to people in technology, and it's who leads, I'm trying to remember the exact thing, who leads change in your organization? CEO, CTO, COO, and the last one, and it's always COVID-19.
Yeah, who leads your digital transformation in your organization, right? Yeah, I've seen that. I've actually referenced it a bunch of times before, because digital transformation on our CISO talks, I always ask CISOs, what's the one word you take into the graveyard and bury 6 feet deep? And the one buzzword, and digital transformation has been up there about 17 times now. And so, it's funny to see kind of the need for digital transformation. There's another really funny meme, Tony, and it's a boardroom pre-COVID-19, like January of 2020. And, it's the CTO saying, hey, we really need to transition to the cloud. And, the CEO and the CFO go, no, we're doing just fine like this. We don't have the money for it. Then it's the same board meeting, everyone on Zoom going, we really need to do this now. And the CTO going, I
haven't seen that one. I have to pull that one up.
I'll send it to you. I've saved it on my, I'll send it to you so you can see it. Folks, Tony Cole, he's the CTO with Attivo. Thanks so much for joining us, Tony. AttivoNetworks.com, folks, one of our supporters and sponsors for this. And Tony, if you haven't followed Tony on LinkedIn, do so now. I'm telling you, just amazing stuff that he shares on there. Great discussions, and every post gets like 100 responses. So it's always like I meet people through your posts. Like just people connect with me as we comment back and forth. It's always great.
Well, thank you for having me on the show, James. It's been a lot of fun. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, folks. More coming up right after this short break. So you can hit pause if you'd like and go relieve yourself, or, you can just listen to an ad and support one of our sponsors in these difficult times. Thanks so much, folks. We'll be back with more right after this short break. So for those who were tuning in last week, that was an amazing session with Tony, by the way. But for those tuning in last week, I had Karen Worstell on. She kind of did a presentation, and I said, hey, we're going to have more to do with this. Time was really, really tight when we recorded this stuff last week. So I decided to add as a bonus the Q&A session that Karen, myself, and Oren, the CEO of ODI of Odix, did all together on LinkedIn Live. So if you haven't watched it, it's coming up right now. An amazing Q&A with the great Karen Worstell and the CEO of Odix, Oren. It's right now. Don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, James Azar here with CyberHub Engage. Welcome to our LinkedIn live session for this awesome Thursday. If you've been enjoying our virtual summit, I hope you enjoyed all the great content of it. I've brought for this live session one of the superstars of our virtual summit. Karen Worstell's with me. Hey Karen.
Hey.
How's it going?
Just going really well. So excited to be here with you guys.
I know, I'm so glad to have you back. Like, it just, yeah, we need more of this. And Oren Eytan, who is the founder and CEO of Odix, one of our supporters, and obviously a brilliant mind when it comes to true CDR technology. Dr. Oren Eytan. Let's not forget the doctor. Dr. Eytan.
Thank you.
What can you tell us about COVID-19, doctor?
I will write you a prescription for that.
Folks, we are really kind of taking in this whole thing of being remote and away from home. But the one thing it's shown about people and humanity is no matter what, we've got the internet and we can be connected and we can still be able to get together, because I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, Oren's in Israel, and Karen's in beautiful Colorado. And here we are just having this great conversation. And so, guys, Karen, I kind of want to kick this off. In your session at the virtual summit, we spoke a little bit about true CDR and the rise of ransomware. What can you tell us about some of the ransomwares that we're seeing, especially with some of the news today about, COVID-19 being a really big trigger of ransomware and a huge increase? How's that going?
Well, cyber criminals are never one to miss an opportunity, right? So we've created some opportunity as we've really pushed everything out in this working from home world. And here, one of the things that I like to tell our people when we come out and talk about ransomware is that if cybercrime were a nation state, it would be the 13th largest GDP in the world. So ransomware is the primary source of earning money. It's becoming the number one way. It's so easy with all the various spear phishing techniques and everything else that's out there. It's just way too easy to embed these kinds of attacks. And we've kind of made it easier in the last month with all the different vectors. I'm not even sure I know what they all could possibly be, but we can imagine what happens when we start to roll out infrastructure that needs to support thousands and thousands of people now working remotely that were in the office before. And we have a heightened sense of urgency about everything. Oh, let me just share one thing. When we were at Stanford Research Institute, one of the things that we were not allowed to do is to ever deceive a client. So we couldn't do social engineering. And I hired a social anthropologist to do some work for us on how social engineering works. And this is really important in the context of the emails that are attacking people and getting them to click on links, because it is 100% effective in human nature to create a sense of urgency and a problem that needs to be solved, because we as human beings are wired to be problem solvers. So when someone gets an email, especially now, that makes an appeal that says, we're running out of masks, we're running out of this thing has got to be solved, you can help us if you only do this thing right now, people are going to click. And there we are. So, we have, no one's above, in the community of people that are writing this sort of thing, they're not above taking advantage of the current crisis and writing ransomware that is locking down local machines, that's locking down municipalities. And I expect we're going to see that really take off.
Yeah, I think, Oren, one of the things that we're seeing with the rise of ransomware, obviously, is the delivery methods haven't changed. The delivery methods still remain through email. The only difference now is if I know that, John Smith works for, Wells Fargo, and I have John Smith's personal email, I can target him on his personal email and probably likely still get into Wells Fargo because he's working from home. He might be on his own device, or the network isn't segmented, so I can use a strain. So how do you start to mitigate that risk, Oren?
So, well, if you are a hacker and trying to use the email as your attack vector, you probably look at two different ways. One of them is the common known phishing and URL, fake URLs, which they're trying to convince you to press here and you go to this malicious URL. The other method that we see that become more and more active is to hide the malware within attachments of the email. So what happens is that they can send you looks like a very innocent email, very innocent attachment, and once you double click it, it opens up and activate this malware. So we are definitely looking at the email as one of the major attack vectors that, in particular, when you are at home and you are working from remotely. So we provide this email security and the CDR for the emails, so we can provide and sanitize the files and sanitize the attachment. In this way, we are able to stop these attack vectors of the attachments. It is the other attack vector of phishing and URLs. There's a lot of products already available, like anti-phishing and URL filtering and blacklist and whitelist for URLs and so on. But for the attachments, we'll definitely give a very good solution for sanitized attachments.
Karen, in our session at the virtual summit, we talked a little bit about, device sanitization and document sanitization. I'm sorry, with True CDR. You were previously obviously a CISO and for a few very big organizations. How does that technology, from your perspective as a former CISO, mitigate some of your risk, and where does it give you some quiet in terms of security operations, and it helps you kind of build out your security program a little bit better?
Right. Well, when I was at companies like Microsoft and AT&T Wireless and Russell Investments, the number one thing that's in common between all those different kinds of companies is your most valuable resource is your people, and your biggest risk is your people, right? That is where this interface, you can put all the technology in the world, and a lot of it if it's based on things like detection, then you're still going to have a certain number of things get through. And if I were going to try to do something right now, and this is why I'm so excited about odix, right? Because it actually is a preventative tool. And so it's I think of it as a fail-safe. Like, it's a fail-safe capability that's built in that says, even if these files, first of all, these files can't get through. And it doesn't matter how nested an attack might be in a set of files, making it look completely innocent, making the file look completely innocent to a human being. The system is going to find the buried malware that's in these files and take it out. And so for me, that just feels like a really, I don't know, that's where my level of comfort is. If I can create something that's a fail-safe, that's what I want to aim for.
Right. It seems like we're really, when we look at it from a risk perspective, you want to be able to mitigate the stuff that you can't really control. And a lot of times, the email spoofing, the way to kind of be able to get into the inbox, you can't stop everything from getting into the inbox. But if you're able to mitigate what's able to get into the inbox, you really reduce your risk. In the era of COVID-19 and working from home, and any one of you guys can answer this one, really, kind of open it up for discussion, is how important is it from an awareness perspective? Because, in a corporate environment, we're able to almost be able to remind people of different cyber threats, be able to really a bit more control the environment. But now that people are remote, people are home, their kids are around, their spouses are around, they're easily distracted. How do we start to address that?
Wow.
A very loaded question, but I didn't bring the best to answer, to give them softballs. We're in the big leagues, baby. We're on LinkedIn Live. This is the big leagues.
Yeah. I was basically online all day yesterday on various summits, and we were talking about cybersecurity and working from home and the stress that this is creating for people. What we have just done to our workforce is, out of necessity, is that we've created a work environment where they're expected to be doing their work, but they're essentially running their first, second, and third shifts of life concurrently now. Instead of having a first shift and a second shift where we do work and we transition to home, everything has gone together. What does that mean? I think from a human perspective is people are just maxed out. They're as if the pandemic were not enough, weighing on people's minds and affecting, to some extent, our clear thinking. We have distractions like galore. So that's, I think, something that we have to really take into account, is that peppering people that says, don't forget to do this, don't forget to do this, don't forget to do this, is actually kind of not going to be very effective in this new environment that everybody's in. And we need to have those backup systems in place that are going to give them a level of assurance that even if their best of intentions and best efforts fail, to prevent something from coming in through the system, that we have a way of stopping it.
Yeah, and I can add, when I'm looking at what are the trends that, working from home, what did it cause you? So usually when you're working with enterprises, you may have your VPN to your corporate network. So in fact, your laptop at home will be connected via the VPN. However, maybe this laptop will be used for other purposes as well. So in this case, it's important to hardening the policies and add more sophisticated tools in order to mitigate the risk from connecting these remote users. Another thing that I was thinking at these times, that a lot of organizations that, were used to get people, coming in and bringing, forms, bringing in, IDs, bringing whatever. Now they're all bringing this stuff remotely and electronically. And a lot of this stuff is a very good channel for hackers to insert malware. And on this particular avenue, we need to look at and protect, because it become a major way, of people to communicate. So I think these are the trends that we are looking at odix, that we see that what's happening right now.
Yeah, I think the trend is really clear, though, is as we kind of see how this develops, we know that this is no longer going to be a short-term thing. This isn't going to end next week or the week after next. We're likely heading into at least the end of April. We're now April 2nd, so mind you, we're talking another 28 days. That's 4 weeks for those who don't know, have a hard time doing math. 28 divided by 7 days a week, that's 4 weeks, folks. A week is 7 days, just for those who have lost track of time being at home, working from home. Some people have lost, traffic's lighter on Friday, but when you don't leave your house on Friday, you don't really know what Friday is anymore, right? And so,
James, I have one thing I'd like to kind of slip in there. In this new work environment, I think we have an understanding of how things have been, and now we're in a completely new situation. And I recorded a session yesterday with Alyssa Miller, who's a hacker friend of mine up in Wisconsin. And one of the things that we kind of had this epiphany about is when in the cybersecurity community, we've always had this problem trying to alert people to, this is how bad it can get, right? People don't want to hear that message so much. And now we have a metaphor for it. Here we have this virus, right, that has swept the world. And there were people who were trying to say early on, this is how bad it could get. And there were others who were trying to dampen down that message. But my point of that is that it's a very difficult thing to try to get people's attention in time to say, this is how it's been, but that does not mean this is how it's going to continue to be. It could get this bad. And I think back to when we did the Cybersecurity Summit at Stanford Research Institute in 2000, and we had all of these people, including the head of Interpol and everybody there, and we were trying to say, hey, you know what? The time to try to get this fixed is now. Because if we wait, it's going to get so much worse. And here we are, right? So I think that one of the things about preventative tools that are actually blocking things and removing threats from the environment, even 0 days that we can't anticipate, that's super important, because we honestly do not know how bad this is going to be as we've switched to this new work model. If I were on the dark side, I would be doing everything I could to understand what the human dynamics and the network dynamics and everything are about what's going on with this. Sorry, that's my puppy. This new environment, and then trying to create exploits that nobody has seen before. That's what I would be doing.
Yeah. Karen, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's so true what you're saying, because right now the dynamic is, for bad guys, it's really easy to go after in one of the sessions in the virtual summit, we spoke about kind of, let's do a quick risk assessment for people, right? Mobile devices, home networks, IoT devices. IoT devices that are at home, that are sitting at a desk where before very little work was being done, and now all the work is being done. All the conference calls are being listened to. The people that have the Google Home, the Amazon Alexas, they're listening. I mean, imagine the amount of data that they're absorbing right now, with people sitting around their dining room table with their kids possibly, and an Amazon Alexa right there, and jumping on a Zoom call that's on speakerphone on their computers, right? While people talk about strategies, business continuity, advertising, sales, potential deals, development. There's so much data there that if I'm a bad actor right now, I don't know where to start. Like, it's Christmas in March. It's Christmas in April.
That's what AI is for.
Yeah.
That's what AI and machine learning is for. I mean, the data mining opportunities that are available with all of the breaches that have happened lately the last 5 years, massive amounts of data, including things like passports and personal information about our habits, about where we drive, where we go, everything. That information that's out there, I would mine the daylights out of that and give me the information I needed to do very sophisticated attacks that slip under the radar. What I would say, slip under the existing detection radar. And that's
Right.
why we really have to have something that's a whole different category.
Yeah, I think this is going to take, true CDR technology. People are going to start to pay attention to the things that before were like, well, I can control that through my corporate network, but not anymore. I think the fact remains is, even if you look at, and I've been saying this for the last week and a half or so, is as a CISO, it would be irresponsible for me to think that this is going to end in April. This is not going to end until maybe May of next year. And what I mean is, I'm not saying we're all going to be in quarantine until May of next year. But until there is a vaccine, until people feel completely comfortable with the fact that they can go outside and interact with people like they once did without the chance of anything bad happening to them or the people that they love the most, there's going to be social distancing. There's going to be different ways that people work. Working from home has proven to be extremely effective for a lot of different organizations who are now going to re-examine their policy of how people come to work and really how much commercial real estate they need and so forth. And I mean, for me on my personal, like, looking at this, I'm evaluating and I go, I now need true CDR technology on every single device, right? Everywhere. Anywhere where we get documents. I need endpoint security on devices. It's changed the entire endpoint conversation. It's no longer my servers. It's no longer the cloud. It's the device. I got to secure those devices, because whether it's a corporate device or BYOD, those are the highest risks, and that's where people are going. And then you got to start using your data classification and your user classification to see whose home network you're going to invest a little bit more money on to mitigate their home network based on what kind of data they process and work they do.
Yep, I totally agree with that. And it occurs to me that one of the things that we probably need to spend some bandwidth on is saying, let's assume that we are going to be doing this kind of, hopefully not quarantine and work from home or sheltering in place, but work from home, this new model of work from home that got essentially implemented practically overnight is going to be here for the long term. It's not going away. So, remember when we started thinking about doing network security in the early days, and we talked about kind of this moat model where you had your company jewels and you had your castle and you had a moat around it. Well, that kind of went away with the advent of the internet. But and then we've gone to this cloud model where we've got, a lot of our stuff up in the cloud. But we just went to an entirely new corporate computing model. And I think it would serve us all to put our heads together and say, let's do a little bit of future thinking about what this model means. It affects our network, it affects our bandwidth, it affects the way we manage devices, it affects the vectors for coming in. And let's assume that's going to be the new normal, instead of assuming that some point very soon we might get to go back to the way things were. Because I think those marbles are on the floor, right? And we need to kind of sit down and go, this is the new reality. Like, now what? Let's think about what this means.
Yeah, I completely agree, Karen. How does this mean? I mean, Oren, you guys, how has this impacted ODI? How were you guys prepared to deal with this? What did you guys do immediately? Because Israel was one of the first to really make things really hard. I mean, I was in Israel 2.5 weeks ago. I wasn't sure I was going to leave Israel. In fact, our meeting, Oren, went from face to face to over the phone, and we were in the same country. We were in the same zip code.
That's because of different reasons. Yeah, that's correct. And I think what is happening that we see that we also been approached. For example, I'll give you an example by Tel Aviv municipality. Tel Aviv is considered, I think, the most digital city in the world, and they utilize a lot of digital tools and a lot of services for their citizens. They approached us, and they said, hey, we gotta get a real issue, because we no longer accept the citizen to come over. Everyone is sending us, tons of files of all sort of files, all types, and we would like to utilize your solution. So we deployed our solution in Tel Aviv municipality. So we sanitize all the uploaded files to the website, and we make them entering into their network when they are clean. So this is like one example. Another example on these days, when you look at, okay, what are the real necessary businesses and what's going to happen. So if you look at, for example, B2B businesses and e-commerce and so on, so it's double and triple, because everything is done electronically. So we also been approached just a couple of weeks ago by a company in Sweden. They're providing tools for e-commerce, and they say, well, the volume become so big, and they are concerned from hackers and attacks on this particular avenue. So we also deployed our solution in order to protect all the transactions that they have. So we see that, as Karen said, it's a new era, and it's a new time that it's kind of changing the way people doing business, changing the way people are work for home and doing business, and submitting papers and doing all paperwork. Everything will be done electronically. So it's accelerate a lot of the trends that we were said, okay, it will be like in 10 years. It really accelerated, and we see them right now, and we need to, and in odix, we got really prepared for it, and I think we have a very good solution for it.
Absolutely. Guys, I want to say thank you so much for joining me on this LinkedIn Live today. You guys are awesome. And I want to have like more of these conversations. I really do, because I feel like it's so important for people to have these conversations. Any questions that you guys are asking right now, we'll get to those. I promise at one point or another, we will answer your questions. But
one thing.
Yes, please.
That we also would like to, contribute to the community, and we know that all the businesses are concerned. Sometimes they didn't know exactly what to do. So we offer our NetFolder product for free for 2 months for a trial for everyone who will approach us. So we will be happy to deploy and help him and assist him for a free 2 months trial. And this is our contribution to the community and, to the people.
Oren, thank you so much. I think that's that's awesome for people to know. They can go to what's the website, Oren, that they can go to?
It's www.odi-x.com.
Awesome.
Yes.
odi-x.com. Oren Eytan, CEO. Karen Worstell, you're a legend. Thank you so much. This was an awesome session, guys. For those tuning in, thank you so much. Virtual Summit next week. Again, you can register. Link below here as well. This conversation and a lot more will be there as well, so that you don't want to miss that. Until next time, folks, enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday for those working from home, not keeping up with days anymore. Kids don't have school. People are closed in. People are forgetting what day it is. It's very easy to forget days. So I've taken it my personal duty to be a talking and speaking calendar. It is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. And then there's weekend. Yes, folks, weekend. And you can do some yard work for those that celebrate Passover next week. Get the last Passover cleaning stuff done. Easter weekend's right around the corner. Get ready for that as well. You get to celebrate without your parents this year, without your wife's parents possibly as well. There could be pluses to this, folks. There could be pluses to this. I've been saying in 9 months from now, we'll have the COVID babies and we'll have the COVID divorce cases. And I'm wondering what percentage is going to be higher. And so we'll figure that out in about 9 to 10 months from now when things get back to some sort of level of normalcy here. Until then, guys, thank you so much. I love this CyberHub community. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Oren. And we'll be back with more later, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. It's great to see you guys.
So for friends of the show, you guys know Mark Houpt. We were together a few months ago in Dallas. We've hosted CISO roundtables together. He's a great friend of the show, always on, always a very interesting voice, very progressive in his thinking. And I had him on to talk a little bit about the new cyber paradigm from a CISO point of view. And so that session is coming up right now. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. You can pause, watch this later. You got the link. Don't miss this session with the one, the only Mark Houpt. Enjoy. Hey everyone, James Azar here with CyberHub Engage. Welcome to our virtual summit. I've got a very, very special session. For those who are listeners of the CyberHub Engage podcast, I've got a usual fun face that's always on the show with me, my good friend Mark Houpt. Mark is the CISO at DataBank. Mark, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, James, it's going great. It's kind of strange seeing you and talking to you via video instead of face-to-face this time.
I know. Typically, we find a reason to fly somewhere to do these.
I know.
Now
not today, right?
Not today. Not in the era of COVID-19. And
no way.
You know, for this session, I kind of wanted to pick your brain. It's really interesting. Literally 2 months ago this week, we did our roundtable in Dallas.
Right.
And
we were in Dallas together.
And COVID was kind of starting to pick up, but it wasn't as serious. Like, we still had people in the room. We were still out in restaurants, eating barbecue, you name it. We were having a great time.
We were living our normal life at that point.
We were. Here we are 2 months later. We did our State of the Union address because it was the week of the State of the Union, if you remember.
That's right.
We did tear up our speeches after. For those who haven't seen that session, you guys can go back and watch it on our CyberHub Engage YouTube page and whatnot. It was an absolute joy of a podcast with our good friend Patrick Benoit from CBRE, a great State of the Union. And here we are 2 months later, and I think it's time for a new State of the Union. I mean,
it's completely changed. I mean, 2 months ago, we were living in a different world in a whole different space, and we were all kind of looking over to China going, why can't you get your act together? And now we're having to look inward at about the same thing, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone that could have potentially prepared for a pandemic like this, unless you're a Hollywood producer with a script and you wrote this like 12 years ago on a shroom doozer. And,
right.
And
right. You know, it's one of those things where you talk about, you know, some of this stuff's out of spy novels. If you look at it from the perspective that it could have been a bioweapon, or like you're saying from a Hollywood producer perspective, if you're looking at it, you know, just from a general, you know, spreading across the world type of situation. But it is definitely a different world that we're living in today.
So here's the thing, though. This has really kind of, you know, we were in our 2020 State of the Union. One of the things we were talking about was the switch to cyber as a service, a lot of those different things. But now the cyber paradigm has completely shifted. Let's kind of talk a little bit about that. What are the biggest shifts in cyber because of this COVID-19 that are really going to carry us forward? It's going to essentially be the new economy.
Well, it's obviously rather early to say what they are. You know, I think definitely the work from home paradigm is going to be different. And as you and I kind of chatted earlier, you know, this whole work from home thing, I think we're going to see a lot of changes that are non-cyber that are going to roll over into cyber. For example, I think you're going to see some exodus from larger cities into more bedroom communities or rural suburban type of environments, people kind of going back home to reduce the risk on their families, especially young families. And that's going to result in more work from home opportunities and more work from home jobs. And that in turn is going to then put some more pressure on some of the internet capacity that's been so far focused on larger cities and larger area populations to now shifting to the smaller populations. I mean, if I were to turn the camera around and show you outside, I live in the middle of a cornfield, and the only internet service that I have available right now is a broadband wireless type of communication. I don't have the in-ground fiber and that kind of thing that's available to me. And yet I'm still able to do this type of podcast and still able to Zoom and things like that. So what we're gonna see is the effect on the infrastructure of cyber, which then of course has a play on, whether we allow BYOD for people that are working from home, and what that looks like from a cybersecurity perspective. How do I, as a CISO, enforce my security policies on somebody's bring your own device? How do I enforce them to use my antivirus, my malware? How do we enforce a strict tunneling VPN type of solution rather than a split tunneling type of solution on a firewall, which of course will, we could keep rolling this through, but if you don't allow for split tunneling on somebody's work from home solution, then you increase the bandwidth and the traffic that's going through your firewalls, and you probably have to have more than one VPN or multiple VPN concentrators for a corporation. All these things just kind of roll out. We can keep going down the list of what this means from a cyber perspective, but this whole work from home thing is going to be a big deal for us to have to work through here, both as an IT professional and also as a security professional here in the coming weeks, coming months, even longer.
You bring up a great point, which is the BYOD policy. I think a lot of people were caught off guard. And like we said, 60 days ago, you and I were in Dallas.
Right.
Hanging out, doing our State of the Union, did our CISO roundtable. We were just having a great time. We did a live podcast where we were sitting right next to each other, Mark. Right next to each other. And here we are 60 days later. We're 60 days. We're not talking 3 months, 6 months. No. Folks, we were together 2 months ago. I think it's setting in for me right now that 2 months ago, I was traveling and Micah had a mask on his face, and I wouldn't wear mine.
And we laughed at him.
We did laugh at him.
No offense to Micah, but we laughed at him.
We did.
And it was kind of fun. But now we aren't, right?
Yeah, now we're like, oh, good for him. Good for him for actually being responsible and wearing a mask. And I've traveled 3 times since. I went to RSA, I was in Israel, and I came back. And so it's quite unfathomable to see how everything's kind of stopped, and no one prepared for this. And so a lot of companies had a BYOD policy, but it had to do more with, your BYOD on the corporate network. Right. Now that your BYOD is at home, in your private home, on your private home network, doing business stuff, how does that change your BYOD policy?
Well, that's a really good question. I think from my perspective as a CISO, it's going to change the policy of having to reach my security into a person's home, which is always challenging to enforce, and it's challenging to verify. We've talked about in our other podcasts about trust but verify rather than zero trust, and my whole negative connotation and thought process with zero trust. And for those of you that want to hear, go back to the State of the Union. I went on a tangent with it and resulted in some fun conversation. But we're going to have a new trust but verify thought process here. We're going to have to be able to reach into via remote desktop or some other function into people's computers to verify that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, that there's firewalls in place, there's security tools. I think there's going to be some enhanced security tools. I don't know if there's going to be some new security tools, but I think there's going to be some enhanced security tools over the next couple of years, where things that we normally would put on a server, we may start putting on workstations. For example, there's a number of products out there, like, for example, we usually don't put integrity monitoring tools, or even I may demand that those things are placed onto a personal computer, so that if I need to do a forensics investigation, or even if I need to do an HR investigation to find out if the person is wasting their time and not being productive and efficient working from home, I can do that without necessarily getting on that computer, because the logs would be offloaded to one of my servers. Then with that, again, this whole thing's a rolling thing, but you get into the privacy aspect. If it's a personal device and I have all of their logs, how do I know which parts were done on the personal time versus parts that were done on the work time? How do I define what was done at lunch versus what was done at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they should be working? What is their lunch period, for that matter, whenever I do my forensics? It just opens up a whole new can of worms for what would our BYOD policies look like. In the past, it's been, hey, you bring your own device. You can only attach to certain cloud products. You can't get on the VPN, or if you get on the VPN, you have to use a VDI solution. And that may be more stringent in the future. But there's a lot of things that we have to deal with coming in the next few months if this sticks around, which I believe it will.
Yeah, I think we're for those who've attended some of our other virtual summit and have heard me speak about this, I don't think this is going away anytime soon. I think social distancing is going to be the norm for the next 12 to 18 months.
Right.
Your contingency plans change. Your business continuity plans are changing. Your incident response plans are changing. Everything is kind of updating to deal with this new situation that we live in. But how do you feel like this situation really impacts cybersecurity as a whole from a CISO perspective? How has that changed your modus operandi now as a CISO as compared to maybe before?
Well, to be determined. I think it puts more focus on continuity of operations planning, business continuity planning. We're getting a lot more questions from our customers. So, you well know that DataBank is a service provider. So we're getting a lot more questions from our customers about how we're operating that space. There's a lot more because I am kind of coordinating our continuity of operations. There's a lot of collaboration between other departments within the organization. For example, I have a very close relationship with our data center operations team because they're the ones that are implementing some of the recommendations and the procedures that I have in place, such as wiping down the biometric readers and and the doors and doing health checks and the types of questions that are asked of health checks to potentially stay away from HIPAA violations. We're not necessarily recording their answers. So there's a lot of there's a lot of factors from a security perspective that are yet to be determined. One of the things that I just mentioned was biometric readers. I'm just wondering if all of a sudden biometrics is really going to shift to a no-touch biometric type solution. A lot of our biometric readers now are fingerprint related, and everybody touching that thing and in a lot of cases actually pressing down on that, leaving their mark behind is going to be a change. So I know even before this occurred, I was aware of a lot of biometrics or two-factor type of authentication that can come into play with your cell phone, your smartphone. So I think that I think biometrics is going to either fall into a no touch or out of popularity piece as a change that's going to occur. There's just how many things that we're still evaluating and things that are going to happen that down the road. What I fear, though, the most is that as we're focused on BCP continuity of operations and maintaining the business in this new environment of work from home and so on and so forth, that we're going to lose focus on continuous monitoring. So we're going to lose focus on the traditional security side of things. And as a result, the hackers and the people that are nefarious trying to take advantage of that are going to do so and be successful in that. Some companies are already talking about, well, hey, I don't want to patch right now because if I patch and a server goes down, who's there to go and reboot that server for me, or who's there to go and power clear that server? Well, that's an advantage of a data center in that we have remote hands functions that can do that, but in an enterprise type of environment or in a smaller SMB type of environment where they're doing all their work from remote, those are challenging situations. So we can't lose focus on continuous monitoring and good security hygiene, because that is what keeps us from being attacked. But yet the focus of what we do in security for right now, for this time, is shifting to that of operations. Long term, I think the BCP continuity of operations testing is going to be less of a checkbox and more of a not even a table talk, but an actual, hey, everybody's working from home today, and we're going to test the strength of our VPN and stress test that, and we're going to close our doors for 2 days and see, from an outsider's perspective, we're still going to operate, but we're going to see how what it feels like to not be in the office and not operate on a in the office type function. I think you're going to see that kind of thing happen on an annual basis, if not more frequently. So again, to be determined, but there's a lot of things that are going through my mind as to what we need to do, what we need to be careful of, and what's going to happen going forward.
Yeah, I think that you bring up a really interesting point, which I feel has a lot to do with how CISOs are going to be operating going forward, which is, don't forget your basic blocking and tackling, because you still have a network, you still have a corporate network, you still have data. Your endpoints have changed. That is very true. Mm-hmm. And you need to address that. But when you start to kind of look at this over the global scale of just the sheer, not just the financial and economic impact of COVID-19, but how it's really affecting cyber in almost every single country in the world.
Yep.
And how do you start preparing, and how do you really address that in your business continuity plan, which is how do you start kind of rounding out the different threats, and how do you evaluate threats differently now?
Well, I think first of all, you have to really look at the process that we've done of looking at globalization. An obvious target, if you will, to look at from a security perspective is the acquisitions and supply chain function and how that impacts what we do. We used to look at it as CISOs from the perspective of what happens if a foreign state would be able to place a chip or code onto an existing chip that would compromise our environment. But now we need to take that a step further and say, are we even able to get those pieces of equipment? Now, typically that would be more of an IT side of things, but what I'm concerned about from a CISO perspective is I'm concerned that the IT folks will just run, because supply chain is so low right now and could be continuing for the next year, that they're just going to run and get the material from wherever they can. They're going to get inferior material that can't be patched, that cannot be updated, that is difficult to deal with, that then rolls down into my team, my security team, saying, how are we going to patch this if the vendor is not putting out patches because they're not a quality vendor? So we're going to have to look at all aspects of that. We're definitely going to have to look at the how these kinds of pandemic viruses that start out regionally, how we convince our leadership that without crying wolf too many times, that this could be another situation that takes us down, and that we need to prepare for it. We need to have a continuity plan in place. So I'm giving you some vague answers there, because I think that there's a lot still to be determined. There are some aspects there of how does this change us from a security perspective that won't change. And we in security have been dealing with global actors for from the dawn of time, if you will, when it comes to security related things. So we're still going to see the ransomware type of attacks coming in from outside of the U.S. We're still going to see, attackers, DDoS attacks and things like that occurring. What will be interesting, I don't see this happening in the United States where we put up like China, a great firewall type thing, but it will be interesting to see what other countries do. And whether they even see a focus on cybersecurity anymore, if the threat has shifted, and then now all of a sudden that we as CISOs have to fight for once again fight very strongly for our right to be seen and heard in a non-co-op BCP type of situation, and the threat of true cyber attacks still looms out there in front of us. So it's going to be a challenge. We're going to have to see how it works out over the next couple of months and where things go.
I have said this is prime time for CISOs. I think when this is all over, the board meetings that are going to be coming in June, July, August, September are going to be critical for CISOs, because that's where you're able to really talk about the stuff that's been done, the stuff that still needs to get done, and how you prepare for the second wave of this thing, because the second wave's coming in October, November, folks, and it's going to stick around until March, April of next year. And so we're nowhere near done with this. This is wave one in the trench, in the fight, and we hope to have by next fall's flu season to have a vaccine in place. And there's a lot of different information out there, but the timeline is fairly identical in the fact that it takes about 12 to 15 months to get the FDA to approve a vaccine from the moment it's established, and so they don't have a vaccine yet.
So we're looking at vaccine for the fall of 21, not fall of 20. So that means we're going to have to deal with this for the next year and a half before we have something that we can protect ourselves with. You're right.
Yeah, one thing that I did notice, that a lot of the smaller countries, people use a lot of different countries as an example, and to go, well, look at Iceland, or look at Sweden, or look at Norway, or look at all these guys. And I'm like, they're 8, 9, 10 million people. They're not 320 million people. They don't live in densely populated places like New York. New York is the hardest hit area because it's densely populated. Other areas that aren't densely populated, that have just as many people as New York, weren't as critically hit as New York, folks. New York is an exception, not the rule.
No, I would agree. But, one of the things that I also believe that, as much as I hate to say it, some of the stay-at-home orders I think you're seeing some effect on it. New York is the hardest hit area. It's the most dense population. But in Dallas, in Minneapolis, in Chicago, places like that, they have dense populations as well, and you're not seeing them hit as hard yet. And that may be, time will tell, but it may be because we're asking people to stay at home. We'll have to see. One of the things I've found interesting with this whole thing, to go off on a little bit of a tangent, is how listening to governors and medical professionals use words that we as CISOs have used for so long. It's just, things like, well, we're asking you to stay at home, and if nothing happens, then we've been successful. CISO's been saying that for years. If you're not being attacked, if there's not been a successful attack, then the tools and such that we put in place, the things that we spent the money on, are being successful. And you had mentioned that first, the board that we're going to have to deal with here in May and June, those conversations, the CISOs are going to have to explain, how they've taken their companies through this process. Everything from the things we've already talked about, the work from home pieces, to enacting the continuity of operations plans. How early did they start warning their leadership, and what actions did they take? And if you're a CISO and you haven't already figured out what you're going to say to the board, or at least to your leadership that's going to convey to the board, I would start talking about that in your head right now with yourself, and deciding what your slide deck's going to look like. How successful your functions in this COVID thing are. How many times did you enact things in your corporation that prevented people from getting sick, that prevented bad things from happening in your organization? Inside DataBank, we enacted very early. You're talking about 2 months ago, we were in Dallas. We had a COVID-19 plan there when you were in Dallas. We put ours together in January. We had a plan and we pulled it off the shelf and we used it beginning on March 5th of this year is when we threw the switch and activated it. And we immediately started, deciding that travel to different places was, off limits. We got the leadership team together, things like that. So when I go before the board and I talk to the board, or I send my slide deck up to the board, I'm going to tell my team, we've had a very, very low infection rate because we went to work from home quickly. We were capable of doing that, and everybody was doing it without any problems. And that, the people that we've had in infections are results of where they live. A couple people up in the New York, New Jersey area. And those folks that are work from home constantly, they've been impacted by it, but our data centers itself has not been impacted. And I can, as of right now, and I can walk in and say that confidently. So today, that may change a couple weeks from now, but right now, that's the message that I'd be sending to the board, is that we were prepared, we enacted the plan, and we worked the plan to completion.
You think there's a shift in leadership between the public-private partnership and cyber? You think because of the amount of corporation that's needed right now with government, with different aspects of government, do you feel like there's been a level of trust maybe established of people who are a bit, kind of looking at CISA with a raised eyebrow, are now looking at CISA going, okay, they're a good resource, we can trust in them, we can maybe open a little bit more the door for more information sharing, more ways to work with them?
Yeah.
Are you seeing that?
Definitely have seen that. So I'll give you two examples. Number one is, so I never looked at CISA with a raised eyebrow. I've always looked at CISA as a great opportunity to have a friendship and an opportunity to get some information out of them and for me to share information in. But folks within, some of the folks within DataBank have always, said, hey, if we're sharing with people like DHS and CISA and whatnot, then we run the risk of them coming in and seeing or taking over things that we don't want them to see. And that's a myth that we've worked to deal with. But the information that has been coming out of CISA, and when they declared certain functions and published it very early, national critical functions, my leadership was very pleased with that and was able to see that partnership working effectively. And the fact that I've had conversations back and forth with CISA a number of times. I've been very pleased with their responsiveness. And here's the example I'll give with CISA. I will send an email message into CISA, my CISA contact, and I'll get a response within a couple of hours, day or night, couple of hours. Whereas I've sent messages into the SBA, Small Business Administration, to clarify, for example, whether or not a data center is considered to be a utility for some of our customers that are submitting SBA loan requests, and that's been days, and I still haven't gotten a response on that question. I've sent messages into other agencies that we have continual relationships with as a FedRAMP provider, in particular the FedRAMP PMO, and it's taken a longer time than usual to get a response back. But CISA, man, they are right there within a couple of hours. I'm getting the data, and not only am I getting a pat answer back, but I'm getting an email that's this long that describes their position and what they're looking for from the representative, and then 2 or 3 attachments with that allow me to say, to my leadership, this isn't just somebody's opinion, but this is a document that's been provided. So CISA is really shining, in my opinion. DHS as a whole is really shining through this process, I believe.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times during these periods of times, people look at, I think, government with a raised eyebrow. I feel like in cyber, a lot of us, we had CISA at our Atlanta roundtable. We had a Clint Walker from CISA at our roundtable. I felt like he was able to really establish that level of trust and continuity with everyone in the room, and just letting him know they're a partner and not a regulator, not someone who's out to get you. They're not trying to find you. They're really just out to help you.
And, I think that's the value of creating CISA as a sub-agency of DHS, is because a lot of people looked at DHS as kind of a pseudo FBI CIA conglomeration that's after 9/11, that was out there to collect intelligence and go out and get the bad guys. And I think that's where part of some of the concerns within my organization is that what exactly are they after? What are they looking for? But whereas CISA, they've kind of taken that brand, and they've said, hey, we're here to help. They've even got liaisons out there. They followed an FAA structure where they've got people that do nothing but talk to businesses and talk to government, state, local government entities. Their whole job is basically to be a CISA sales engineer out there, finding out what organizations like mine need, going back to CISA, getting that information and formally publishing it and putting it out there for us. The FAA does that a lot with their general aviation crew. I've got a guy I know that does that for the FAA, and that model in CISA is working quite well as well.
Yeah, it seems like that's the model that's really going to be kind of going forward. I think if you're CISO and you're watching or listening, I will say that if you haven't gotten a CISA contact, you can obviously reach out to us or myself or Mark. We can help you, or just reach out to CISA yourself and introduce yourself and do that, and you'll be just quite okay.
And something else, if I can keep going on CISA, I know before COVID started, I know that CISA had only 40 or 50 liaisons throughout the entire country, and they got funding to add some 100, I think, liaisons or thereabouts. So they're taking the role seriously, and frankly, if you're looking for a job, they've got the postings out on usajobs.gov, I think is what it is right now, in various parts of the country. If you're looking for that liaison type of role as your next step in the career, they're looking for people to help out.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Mark, kind of as we wrap up our session here. Do you feel like there's going to be a new set of skills that are going to be required from cybersecurity professionals based on COVID-19, that some skills are going to have gone obsolete? Or if so, what new skill are you specifically looking for that maybe before you weren't really looking at, and now you're like, it matters?
Yeah, so it's funny you said that, because I'm putting together a presentation for another organization, training session, if you will, right now about cybersecurity career tracks. After 9/11, there was, in large enterprises, there was a reemphasis on business continuity planning, and a person that was specifically responsible for that. I think after a few years that died away again. Through the 2008 economic crash, a lot of people realized that function was more of a what if something happens, and they're just waiting for something to happen. And so I think that's an art, if you will, that's going to come back. And it depends on the organization, but most CISOs should be looking to encourage that function to be within their purview, in my opinion. Now, some larger organizations may require a completely separate team for that, the multi-thousand people companies, but it really should fall under the CISO, because that CISO has a view, if you will, responsibility for all the different planning and operations that may go on as a result of that. So I think that's an art that's going to be coming back. That's a skill set that I'm going to be looking for in my compliance and security engineering team going forward. On the compliance side, I'm looking for people that really understand and know and have been through a BCP type solution where they're not just writing a document that we don't think is ever going to get used and is just a checkbox. I'm looking for people that know how to write the documents, maintain the documents, and actually test and work the documents on the compliance side. And on the security engineering side, I'm looking for people who can lead an incident response team as an incident response commander within the business continuity side of things. And I specifically say that because a lot of it, security engineers and leads and architects are used to running incident response from a cyber perspective. Now they're going to have to add that skill set of dealing with so many extra departments in a business continuity situation. In an IR setting, they may be dealing with network and engineering and support and more IT people, whereas in a BCP type thing, you're going to deal with HR. You're going to deal with people that are being hurt, and you need to have empathy as well as sympathy for people that are going through challenging times, and sometimes engineers are not that type of person. So we're going to be looking for some different skill sets along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of, I want to say, the silver lining of all of this is it's really bringing out new skills, new people to the front lines. I think cyber is one of those where if you're looking for a job now, there's no shortage. You can always reach out and kind of find people to help you through this tough time, even if it's something just to kind of get some direction specifically with that. Mark, thank you so much for joining me on today's session, man. I really do appreciate you taking time and coming on board, and I love the fact that I can just call you and just be like, "Hey, Mark, let's do something," and you're like, "Let's do it." And
let's go for a jam session, right?
Let's
no
do
instruments, just microphones.
Yeah, a jam session with our voices and our brains. And so for those kind of thank you to Mark Houpt. He's the CISO at DataBank. We have more sessions coming up for this virtual summit, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back after this, folks. Mark is amazing. He's always got hints of stuff. I feel like there's never just enough time for us. I'd always want to do like a 3-hour Joe Rogan style podcast with Mark. And when me and him and Patrick were in the same room at the same time, it was just phenomenal. And it was an amazing, amazing experience. And I hope to be able to come back and do that again. I may reach out to them and do kind of a special podcast at relaunch with both of them. And so stay tuned for that. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't yet. Our next session is with Daniel Wiley. He's the head of incident response at Check Point. And if you don't know who Check Point are, they're pretty much one of the first cybersecurity companies in the world. The reason a lot of people wear black t-shirts is because of Gil Schwade, their respective CEO, one of the godfathers of cybersecurity, really one of the forefronts. I've seen Gil speak many, many of times. Very intelligent, very well spoken. Daniel and I, though, in this session, talk a little bit about incident response in the era of COVID-19. I mean, remote incident response, managing expectations, managing teams, and so forth. It's a great session. You don't want to miss it, and it's coming up right now. Hey everyone, James Azar here with CyberHub Engage. Welcome to our virtual session today. I've got a very, very special guest, obviously. You guys can see him. He's right next to me, Daniel Wiley. He's the head of incident response at Check Point. And a lot of you guys might be asking yourselves, incident response, COVID-19, what do they got to do with each other? Well, a lot. People can't fly, so you can't be on the fly to get somewhere to heed the call of need right now. And Daniel runs a team that's all they do, deal with incidents. So we're going to learn how COVID-19 has really transformed incident response, how it's going to continue to transform incident response, and how we may never see teams of 50 people showing up at someone's office anymore. So Daniel, welcome, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to be alive. It's quarantine time, and I get to put together this awesome content, talk to great people like you about what's going on. And so, who can complain?
Yep, it's been a heck of a ride the last couple of weeks. We've seen a lot of changes in cyberspace, and especially the attacks and how you respond to those attacks. So good to be here to talk to you about those.
It's interesting. The title of this virtual summit is The New Cyber Paradigm. And it's not just COVID-19. COVID-19 has sparked a change in cyber that I think a lot of us knew was coming, but we figured with, I'm going to drop a buzzword here, digital transformation, it would be another decade or so before we were there. Now we were all essentially... when you learned how to swim, I don't know about you, but I was pushed into the pool and said, sink or swim, boy. And we've all been said, hey, screw your digital transformation plans. It's now or never.
Right. Yeah, we've seen this time and time again. Most of our customers really weren't ready for both the cloud transformation from a security perspective and an IR perspective. But even now, the legacy infrastructure, the data center and things like that just aren't ready to be able to allow folks the ability, the access, the capabilities to be able to do IR remotely. One of the things that we wanted to do is when we developed this team, we started with that as a key delivery, right? The key component to the team was 100% remote, because we saw that with the adoption of cloud, that we really needed a virtual team that could be deployed anywhere, anyhow, any place, any way, very, very quickly. And we're applying those same rules in sort of the traditional models of infrastructure, but we really find that most of our customers weren't ready for that.
Yeah, it seems like cloud has been at the forefront for the last about 3 to 4 years, right? As kind of people have been really starting to look at the cloud a little bit more seriously. AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, and so many others really kind of stepped up to that. And now with this pandemic, with this crisis that's really kind of shut down traditional commerce, traditional way of maintaining things, later on in our virtual summit, some of the people listening will hear from Mark Houpt. He's the Chief Information Security Officer for DataBank. And, we're going to be talking a little bit about how that has impacted the way data centers operate. Yep. Right. There's a lot of different challenges here. Kind of taking this your way though. Tell us a little bit about the traditional incident response. Let's set a baseline. So for those, a lot of people may have not been part of an incident. Some people may not understand what an incident response team does. So before you and I kind of jump off the deep end, sink or swim here, and maybe lose some people along the way, let's set the baseline. What's the traditional incident response protocol look like pre-COVID-19, pre-cloud?
Right. The main thing was actually getting everyone in a room and working together. I mean, at the core of it is having all the skilled folks from every single division be able to respond to an incident. So this could be your application team, network team, security team, desktop team, management, yada, yada. But they all would be sort of centralized in a central location, working towards an objective and following the IR process, right? Whichever process flow that you're kind of subscribed to. But the key thing was there was typically a lead that would run the incident, manage the incident, make sure the PMing it was there, and then working with all of the stakeholders to be able to get the investigation going, getting data, doing forensics, so on and so forth. The largest component of that, though, was typically the data gathering, right? How do you gather the evidence to support the incident investigation? How do you get to root cause analysis? How do you recover? And all the rest of the IR kind of workflow. And traditionally, you use tools that were very monolithic, right? Let's grab a hard drive. Grabbing a hard drive is not so trivial anymore, right? Not many folks are really going on site and grabbing 500 hard drives anymore and doing an investigation. And the main reason is because of speed. It's so difficult to get all of that data together, analyze it, look through it. And we're now talking tera, peta, exabyte kind of sizes. And we're finding that is just so difficult, so cumbersome to actually deal with a forensics investigation. I remember my first major incident. This was way, way back. I want to say like 1997, 98, right when I started. And that was really the playbook. And that really lasted all the way until sort of the cloud transition started. It really heavy, really laborious. Lots and lots and lots and lots of hours, and usually the outcome could have been obtained by maybe a paradigm shift. And that paradigm shift is how you collect now in the cloud, how you manage it in the cloud, how you actually gather that forensics data. That's all been streamlined pretty darn significantly.
That's a great point, because I think so often the kind of this new cyber paradigm of the cloud has really transformed the way people just in general, how business is done, how DevOps operates, how engineering operates, how you manage and build your infrastructure. It's become easier. It's become less expensive for organizations. It's also become a very interesting from an incident response perspective, as you said, because before it was, getting teams from all different parts of the country to fall on one location and gather with the client, gather with the team, and solve it. And now you're kind of doing it all remote. So talk a little bit about your shift, because you guys were doing incident response not on site even before COVID-19. I think COVID-19 just kind of enhanced your ability to operate. So talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so about 5-6 years ago, we started seeing this massive transition to Office 365, right? There was this huge sort of groundswell in customers that were heading to O365. They were also going to AWS and other infrastructure as a service kind of providers, but the real application that changed the entire paradigm for us was O365. Now, what happened is the moment those customers made this transition to O365, the threats followed, right? So historically, we saw a lot of compromises around Exchange. We started then seeing a lot of compromises around O365. And so about 5 years ago, it became very clear that our forensics investigation processes, our playbooks that we're using for investigations in an Exchange environment did not translate at all into O365, because you don't have the same assumptions, right? You don't have hard drives, you don't have the physical assets. Getting a PSD is not the same way in O365 as you would in, say, a traditional Exchange investigation. So we really had to develop a whole set of new capabilities to interface with these instances, and then also to understand the threats that are being targeting those instances, because they were different, right? We were seeing a lot more credential compromises, like a metric ton more compromises around credentials. In traditional Exchange, maybe we saw a vulnerability that it was exploited, and sometimes you would see credentials, but in O365, credential theft became like the number one thing we needed to look for. So that meant we needed a whole new paradigm on how we would gather the logs to support when someone was authenticating and things like that. So it took some time. It took us about 6 months to develop all of our playbooks, but the one thing that's a common theme, though, is it has to keep changing. Right, so in your traditional Exchange worlds, they were fairly stagnant. You could use the same kind of capabilities, your forensics capabilities, year in and year out. But with O365, you have to adopt with the changes that Microsoft is making inside of O365. So with the introduction of multi-factor authentication, we now have to look at different attack vectors. So maybe, mobile malware stealing credentials, or the second factor, and things like that. So your investigation has to sort of be smart enough to be able to pivot with the technology and the approach that each customer takes. It's a significant amount of work.
So you brought up kind of Office 365 as being the key driver in a lot of the remote remote kind of challenges, correct? In kind of transitioning to the remote incident response. If you look at the remote incident response today, and you look at how it's being done beyond Office 365, how has that changed, and what tools were needed that were maybe missing in order to complement this transition?
So if we leave cloud aside and we start taking an approach to be able to use cloud sort of driven forensics on the traditional endpoint environment, we needed something that could be deployed from the cloud, that was very lightweight, that didn't need to be installed like a big, huge fat client on an endpoint. And you needed something that could sweep an environment very quickly for very specific IOCs or indicators of compromise. And we developed a set of tools, and we're actually partnering with a handful of companies that give us the ability to very quickly scan an environment with Active Directory credentials and look for indicators of compromise across an entire set of machines, but we're not doing huge memory forensics across 5,000 machines constantly, right? We're looking for specific indicators. We're looking for specific indicators that might indicate that something's injected in memory, things like that. So the approach to actually looking for compromise really had to change, and now the scale of it is actually quite impressive. We can scan 5,000 endpoints in literally 30 minutes now. It's nothing compared to what it used to be, where you had to deploy a server, deploy a huge fat agent, put the Yara signature in, sweep all the endpoints. Takes hours upon hours. Now these tools are giving it within minutes, and that gives us a huge leg up in being able to respond very, very quickly. And then on the cloud side, you've got amazing tools within AWS and GCP and Azure where you could take a whole snapshot of a system, and do forensics analysis literally with a click of a button, or even VMware being able to take snapshots makes things go really, really fast in a lot of these investigations. But I don't want to say that speed is the only thing. What we find is these tools speed up our ability to find specific things, but it gives us a lot more time now to tell the entire story end to end, where historically that would take weeks and months. We can now do very quickly, and there's still a lot of skill involved with being able to put together the entire story of some of these attacks, because they get quite complicated.
So you spoke of, you just kind of summarized how something that used to maybe take days now can take a few hours. And that has a significant, I know that has significant impact in how organizations can respond and reduce the downtime of it all. When you see kind of, for our listeners and people watching us now, a lot of times you see an incident take place and you see it takes people 3, 4, 5 days to get back online. From your experience, why does it sometimes take that long if the tools to investigate and remediate now could be done in hours?
Yeah, so really it is beholden on the customer to be able to have some key technologies in place to be able to recover very quickly. I'll give you a great example. This weekend, we get a phone call from a customer in Canada. They had a ransomware event. The ransomware event impacted every single one of their servers and none of their desktops. So all their servers were encrypted and they were offline. So the very first question we asked them was, do you have a good backup? Because if they're encrypted, the best thing to do is just snapshot restore, right? At least to get the environment back up and running. Doesn't deal with the original compromise, but at least you could restore. And the short answer was they didn't have a backup. Now, if you don't have some of your traditional IT house in order, especially around backups and recovery and restore and things like that, you're still going to feel the pain and feel the burn really bad. In this case, the customer decided that they were going to pay the ransom. It was $6 million. So they paid it. They restored their servers over 24 hours, and they were back up and running. The insurance company paid the $6 million payment. That's not a story that I really like to tell, but that's becoming sort of the God's honest truth around ransomware. most of the time the insurance company is paying the ransoms. And so most of these companies really weren't prepared. They didn't have their backups. If they would have had their backups, we would have been pretty quickly being able to restore their environment, say within 24, 48 hours. The root cause analysis we had maybe in less than an hour, so we knew exactly where the entry point was. We knew the lateral movement. We knew what accounts were compromised in AD. We could see it move laterally, but the restoration is where they got stuck, and they just didn't have the traditional IT infrastructure to do it.
I've heard the story about insurance having companies pay the ransom rather than recover so many times over. It really just, it kind of upsets me because I feel like insurance companies are just saying they're part of the problem of why ransomware has become such an epidemic.
I couldn't agree with you more, and it is quite upsetting. I mean, we work with a lot of insurance companies, and we would rather do the hard work to restore and make sure that the controls are in place so you can survive it. Because even though most of the time the insurance companies will pay the ransom, they'll restore and say, okay, we're done. You're restored back to where you were. And they might leave an EDR product and say, good luck to you. That's nowhere near enough to actually solve the problem. The problem actually originates through an email or an RDP server or, weak AD configurations. I mean, there's a lot of reasons this stuff goes down, but none of it gets dealt with, and it's kind of swept under the carpet. Last year, 15 cases of ours were repeats. That means they had it happen to them twice because they never put in the security controls in place that we had recommend they put in. That's just neglect in my mind, right? It's just neglectful.
I think that's just, it shows you the way ransomware gangs operate. Because they hit you once, you go on a list, and you paid. So you go on the list of people who paid. And I think people don't quite comprehend this. But I'm going to simplify this, Daniel. Tell me if I get this right.
Sure.
You're on a marketing list. They send you an email. They tell you buy. You buy. Guess what happens after you buy? You're going to get a lot more emails. You know why? Because you go on the list of someone who actually opened up his wallet, paid, and bought. And so when you pay for ransomware, you become the same customer who in your probably company that's ransomed, you're sending multiple emails to. Why? Because he paid you. Yep. So you're going to continue to target that person a little bit more than someone who may have not paid you because your chances of converting that person are much lower.
Yeah, I think there's an angle to that, but I think the bigger thing is that there's so many of these ransomware gangs going on. It's not like they get in a Zoom session and share victimology, right? So you might be hit by one, and then 3 weeks later, or even 2 days later, you might be hit by another gang. You don't know, right?
Well, it's the same vulnerabilities, right?
Same.
It's ransomware as a service. For a lot of people who don't know this, ransomware as a service, the same gang that could hit you once on behalf of Daniel can hit you tomorrow on behalf of James. I'm not saying we're the ones that hired the ransomware as a service groups, but I'm just giving that as an example. Transitioning from ransomware to kind of COVID-19 and how it's impacted an incident response. What were some of, as people went into shelter in place, as more and more countries shut down air travel, shut down foreign people coming in, obviously Checkpoint, you guys are headquartered in Israel. They may have the strictest, if not one of the five most strict shelter in place orders. How have you guys been operating in this COVID-19, and how has that really changed your incident response?
So one of the things that we did, we saw that there was a trend starting to form with Italy and a couple of the other countries where we started seeing the spike. And the moment we saw that spike, we activated our contingency protocol, which basically said, everyone stay where you're at. So that meant no more travel. We're just going to cancel all of our engagements. We're just going to do everything remotely. That made a huge difference to my team because none of them got sick. So everybody's home, everyone's safe, everyone's sound. That's great. That followed very quickly within 5 or 7 days of sort of the stage shutdown across our companies, our customers, and all the folks that we work with. We saw a couple trends. We'll talk about those in a second. But from the team perspective, we then activated our secondary protocol, which is, we call it our global thermal nuclear war option. And what that basically means is we need more people right this second. We actually started this plan when WannaCry and NotPetya hit, because it became very clear that my team of 20 folks that are on the team today couldn't handle the volume because there were so many inbound things. So we activated that protocol, which meant that we were starting to call up our reserves. Our reserves are our professional services and our SEs around the globe that have been trained and can, surge into the team. And now we can surge up to 1,500 people if we need to. We haven't activated everybody. We've only activated sort of our tier 1 folks, but that gives us the ability to surge very quickly. One of the things we found was that a lot of our customers were really concerned that their staff were going to get sick and what would happen if their staff would get sick. So we actually started offering our services to help monitor, maintain, and manage customers' infrastructures while someone might be decapacitated. So we really pride ourselves in saying that we are helping some of the frontline workers with their IT needs because they may be either working on something else or they just need help. We're now doing that for a number of customers globally. A couple lessons learned. Look, no one's going to be always planning for a pandemic, but you might want to make sure you have enough capacity on your VPN to surge to your entire company size. You got to make sure you have enough go-go juice to make the VPN go, as I would say. And then the second thing is there's so much adoption on all of these cloud platforms, and they're great. I mean, Zoom is a great example where I think actually Zoom is doing an amazing service by offering it to, went from 20 million to 200 million like overnight. Not many companies could do that. And now Zoom is getting a lot of bad press around security, which, some of it's deserved, some of it's not. The point, though, is you might want to make sure you know what you're getting yourself into in some of these platforms before you make the jump. That's what we like to call planning, right? In the IR world, we always want to have a plan. So those are a couple areas where we saw a lot of issues. And then we've also seen the attacks, which is also quite depressing.
Let's talk a little bit about that for a minute. I think a lot of people are interested to hear more about some of these attacks and stuff that's going on. I do want to touch back a little bit and ask you a little bit more questions on your incident response and kind of like activating that. But you brought up the attacks, and let's go down that road for a minute. Tell us a little bit about what are you guys seeing in terms of attacks. Are you guys seeing as a specific theme? Is it just complete chaos? What's been some of the indicators? And obviously we don't expect details of names and clients and so forth, but it'd be great if we can get some examples.
Yeah, so we really saw 3 trends sort of emerge. The first one was denial of service attacks. I call this the idiot's guide to pissing off a customer, right? I mean, it's like it literally requires zero effort to do a DDoS these days. So we've seen a handful, which 3-6 months ago we didn't see as many DDoS attacks. So most recently we saw a DDoS attack against a biomedical company that actually makes face masks, for example. That's new, right? That's not something that's we had seen before. Why would they target this company? They're a small little company. What's the point? Long story short, somebody got it, ruffled their feathers for whatever reason, and now they're DDoSed. And we're seeing that over and over again. So we saw biomedical companies being targeted. We saw retail being targeted. And retail, I think, again, a lot of this is conjecture because there's not a lot of attribution on this, but this could be employees that are unhappy about being laid off. I get it, right? They don't have a job. We're also seeing governments, and that's a big one. We are seeing central governments being attacked at a much, much higher rate. Some of them made the news. Do some searches, you'll see what I'm talking about. Those events in particular can destabilize a situation real fast, right? Because between not being able to get to a website that's providing critical information, or spoofing a website, or doing cross-site scripting or something like that, it can have a real major impact on both the messaging, the delivery, and the ability to actually respond to this pandemic.
Are you seeing those nation states, or is it predominantly gangs? Who's going after government websites at this time?
So I have no attribution on any of the DDoS attacks or the cross-site scriptings and things like that, but what we're summarizing is that they're using it for fraud, at least on the cross-site scripting and impersonating and things like that. I'm almost certain most of that is fraud components. On the DDoS, okay. I don't have a lot of attribution that I can specifically say on a nation state or anything like that. I don't think another state is actively disrupting our response. I don't have any evidence of that. But what I do know is that there are a lot of gangs that work as proxies, and I do know that all of the same crap that we were dealing with 6 months ago still apply in cyber. So you're dealing with the same gangs, the same fraudsters, and the same nation states all doing the things that they're doing. Now it might even be at a higher level. So attribution is not something I do a ton of because it's in some ways it defeats the purpose.
Right. No, my curiosity and the reason for my question is I'm wondering if any nation states are really activating, because there was, and for a while, reports showed online that attacks from China had decreased, that attacks from North Korea had decreased. The only place where attacks actually went up is in Russia, for whatever reason. Iran's pretty much been really crippled by the COVID-19, and so we've also reportedly, again, I say reportedly, I don't have firsthand proof of this, folks, and I'll just say that, and I don't think Daniel does either. So what I'm saying right now is based on reports that I've seen with experts I've spoken with, that we've seen an inherent decrease in the amount of attacks perpetrated by nation states that we would typically expect from nation states that are in the daily part of their operations.
I don't disagree with that assessment, but I think if it is a lull, it's extremely temporary, and it might be their capabilities might be pointing in a different direction, right? There's a lot of things in the news, and there's a lot of politics happening, and it's happening in almost near real time. And a nation state would probably be very curious and really be aggressive with targeting government responses, for example. Where are the stockpiles? Who's getting them? How are they being managed? That's information that folks might want to have, right? Or how would the U.S. actually respond to something like this? And so, yeah, I think maybe the direct slap you in the face stuff is maybe not happening as aggressively, but the spy versus spy stuff, the real hardcore stuff, that hasn't slowed down. I guarantee you it hasn't. If anything, it's probably sped up a little bit.
So you started talking about an increase in the DDoS attack. What else have you seen, Daniel?
So biggest thing is fraud, a lot of fraud against consumers, which is actually a big concern, right? So now that everyone's working from home, everyone's got their Gmail account and their corporate account kind of coexisting. Really concerned about fraud against individuals, and then people stealing credentials, things like that, of their corporate environments. We're seeing a lot of folks asking us questions around what to look for and how to protect against those phishing attacks. So email scams and SMS scams, those are all happening at scale. With the IRS, especially here in the United States, when the IRS payments start going out, you're going to see a massive uptick in fraud. IRS has already sent a flash notice, so has FBI, trying to get everyone educated that the Social Security Administration or IRS is not going to send you an email to ask you to fill out a form to send them your Social Security number. Those are things that aren't supposed to happen. But the populace doesn't know these things sometimes. And if there's that much money on the street, people are going after it. So what I worry about is the fraudsters are operating at a much, much higher level at the moment because there's so much money on the street, and people are more than willing to pay ransoms now where maybe they weren't 6 months ago. So even this weekend, we had 4 ransomware attacks that we responded to just this weekend. That's about normal, if not a little bit higher than it was before COVID-19. So it's not slowing down. It's actually getting more rampant.
So you talk a little bit about fraud. Are you seeing any increase in terms of a specific industry-based cyber attacks? Are you seeing an increase in uptick in on the healthcare industry? Are you seeing an increase in uptick on manufacturing? Is there a significant graph change with those, or have those pretty much remained the same?
those have remained the same, but we've seen a massive spike in consumer, like straight up, right? The consumer side or the individual side, non-corporate is off the charts, with everything else being about the same.
So it seems like people are really trying to take advantage of the stimulus money that's coming out, the delay of the tax deadline, and so forth. And
you're working from home. I'm pretty convinced that with that metric, you are starting to commingle your life a lot more than you were before. Like, I know folks that are using their corporate machine to do Zoom sessions with their kids to do their homework. It's not wrong. It needs to happen, but there's risk, right? Maybe Johnny's homework app shouldn't be sitting on your corporate machine. So those things are happening, and you need to be really cognizant that these two worlds maybe should be separated. So one operational thing you may want to do at your house is to have multiple devices and still keep them separated, corporate from personal.
So sometimes that's really difficult to do. I think, in the sessions I've done since COVID-19, I've spoken to so many practitioners like yourself, Daniel, and a lot of us, it's really easy for us to say, use separate devices, use a VPN. And like you said, for the populace, that's why we're seeing an increase in consumer fraud. For the populace, that's Mongolian, right? Yeah. That's yep. Just not a language they understand. No one wants to have multiple devices. I was pointing out last week in our virtual summit to someone, I've got 3 devices on my desk in my home office. I have my main work device. I've got my other device that I use for stuff that I don't want to have on any other device, and that's segmented into its own different network. And then I've got my stuff that I use for my house.
Yep. Yeah, well, we're weird, right? We're techie nerds, so we got to have the latest and greatest. But you're right. Most people maybe have 1 or 2 devices in their entire home for 4 people, and those folks are the ones that are being preyed upon, sadly. Especially the folks that are maybe not quite as affluent. They just don't have as many devices in their disposal, and sadly, that's where we're going to see some issues between your home devices and your corporate devices. There's no simple answer. There's really no simple answer, but what I can say is making sure that you have mobile device protection is absolutely critical. Making sure that you have an EDR or an advanced endpoint technology on your endpoints is critical, especially if it's a corporate device. But then be smart, right? Shockwave is probably not the smartest plugin to turn on, or Flash. We've been getting rid of Flash for 10 years, but a lot of these homework apps are still using Flash. And so being smart about that and trying to manage that risk a little bit is critical to your survival to some of this. And don't click on random links. I mean, if there's one damn thing I could ask people to do, just don't click on shit.
Well, are you seeing an increase in social media type of link-based attacks?
Yeah, so we are. I think Twitter, Facebook, all of those apps, there's always that kind of fraud happening. Is it increasing? I don't know if it's increasing. I'm not tracking it specifically, but we do see it. But even chat, right? So we've seen Slack channels be compromised. We've seen team channels being compromised. So, even just using those kind of mediums, we've had to actually develop IR response plans and do forensics work on Slack compromises. I mean, this is the new paradigm, right? We're living in new worlds. We have to bring our tools into those worlds and those capabilities and your security in those worlds.
And use a password for Zoom, folks. Like this whole Zoom bombing thing could be solved with just setting a password. That's like having an email account with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as your password and then wondering, why do people keep hacking my email? Use a password. Use a password.
The one comment I've made over the last 3 years, and it's the same one, and I feel like a repetitive old man saying the same thing. Federated authentication with multi-factor. Do that and turn it on. Turn it on everywhere. Every cloud app on the planet supports these kind of federated models of authentication. Use multi-factor though. Use a YubiKey. Use a, Google Authenticator. Use something.
Thank you for saying the latter.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. I don't really care, right? I mean, yes, everyone's going to go into this whole philosophical question about, should I take a picture or a thumbprint? I was going to suggest a butt print, but it just give me something more than just a password.
I kind of want to, off quest, but I think biometrics is the future of all things to do with authentication. There's no way of avoiding it. People can scream and shout about, I don't want my yeah, but then when you stop clicking on stupid shit, we'll not take your biometrics.
Yeah, I'll go more basic. Give me multi-factor, whatever factor. Yes, there'll be some OPSEC around it that you'll need to refine and get used to, but just do that one thing, and you're so much better off than like 95% of the rest of the victims that I see.
Yeah, there's an inherent challenge with people understanding to activate two-factor authentication because they feel like it slows things down. But that extra minute, folks, is...
It'll save you.
It'll save you. And not only will it save you, it'll help you mitigate it. You won't be such an easy target, right?
Yep.
A lot of women carry pepper spray in their bag. Some of them never ever have to use it, but you still carry it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll become natural. I mean, Apple has done an amazing job of making it just seamless for you. And most of the mobile phone providers are in that sort of camp now. But that seamless sort of integration where the friction gets removed, when we get to a happy medium, it'll make it much, much easier. But back to your Zoom comment, turn that on, right? You can do single sign-on for Zoom. Do that, right? Do something other than nothing, which is bad.
Something, folks. Yeah. I mean,
do something.
The one thing I will say is we're seeing more and more people use conferencing, and whether it be Teams, Zoom, Google Hangouts, Skype, so much more. There's going to be inherent risks. There's going to be some pitfalls simply because no one expected the scale, and the scalability of something does matter.
Yep.
Right? Yep. Scalability matters. The larger the network, the more attack surface you have to hit.
And now your attack surface is now distributed, right?
Right.
The perimeter has been dead for a really long time, but now the perimeter is moved outward. Okay, that's great. You all want to do zero trust. That's great too, but zero trust requires one key component, which is authorization and accounting. And those two things are not so simple to do unless you have technology or processes and procedures to be able to support those things. So,
yeah, I mean, there's just so much to go with that. I got to tell you,
we went down a rabbit hole there.
we did go down a rabbit hole. So we're going to pull out of the rabbit hole. We're going to go back, and you kind of said you've activated your global nuclear pandemic response plan, essentially for your team. How are clients taking the remote incident response? What's been some of the reaction? What's been some of the things that maybe before was, people weren't confident about that now they have no choice but to subscribe to? And how has that really kind of changed?
So I'll say this, the more advanced customers have been able to absorb it instantaneously. The ones that are a little less advanced and require a little more hand-holding, they're still asking us to come on site to do some level of hand-holding. But what we've been able to do is sort of extrapolate that a little bit. And what we found is that if you can handhold the CTO, CEO, CIO a little bit more and separate it from the actual incident, it makes it go a lot smoother. So basically we have two parallel tracks of management, which is manage the incident and then manage management. If you do that, then the requirement to actually have people on site actually decreases significantly. So, for example, all of our senior leadership inside of the incident response team has been trained to work with senior management to basically calm their fears, come up with a formalized process that they're very used to, some based on ISO or NIST or something like that, a framework that they can absorb and manage with, and that helps a ton. Just being able to keep the management from freaking out and totally losing it, but then at the same time having a technical track where we're really diving into the technical bits with the technical folks within the team. Without it, that's why we needed people, is to basically bridge that gap. But we figured out that if we can run these in sort of parallel paths and work as a team, it works really well. The other thing we tell our customers is, when we go into these cases, you have to build trust really, really quickly. If we identify very quickly that a customer is not willing to trust us with their keys to the Ferrari, the way I put it, then we're never going to get over that hurdle, right? They're always going to be at arm's length and not trust, and it's going to be difficult. So the very first thing we do, first even hours of the incident, is we build on that trust. And there's a lot of ways you do that, but the way we do that is through information and education and some level of hand-holding, where we say, okay, give us the keys. We promise we won't wreck the Ferrari, but we're going to drive the crap out of this thing, and we'll get to the end of this really quickly, but you've got to trust us. The other way we do that is we actually build out that relationship before the incident. And that's what we really like to do, is actually get to a customer before it happens. And we can build that trust over time. And then it's smooth as silk, right? If we know a customer and we've interacted with them, it's literally minutes to actually start the engagement. On the converse, if you call us and we've never talked to you before, we've got to get through the sociological and psychological issue, which is trust.
The word trust has so much means so much in cyber, because we're meant to fall for the zero trust model.
Yep.
Right. Or trust but verify. But in an incident response, you really do have to trust the team that's on board. I think as a CISO, you don't hire a team you don't trust, right? I mean,
exactly.
you don't work with someone you don't trust.
Yep.
You've got to have some sort of established trust there.
I mean, if, God forbid, either of us get COVID-19, we have to trust a lot of people very quickly with zero verification other than a badge, right? I mean, you can't do due diligence on the doctor that you get in one of these pandemics. You just have to trust that the system will take care of you. That's a little scary for a lot of people.
That's a scary thought. That's a scary thought for, I think, most people. I think one thing we've learned from COVID-19 is that business tends to react better to this kind of stuff and adapt quicker than government.
Agreed.
I think that was inherent. We've seen that with a ton of businesses that we've been able to, kind of put plans in place, execute on them, start moving a lot faster than how government tends to respond to stuff. Government's pretty slow.
I agree. I just say that, I think you do have to give over some level of trust in some of these situations. And I think IR is, again, not 100% identical to, say, a medical emergency. But at that moment when everything is, chips are on the table, you need to hand over that trust to someone else to make sure that you get through it okay. And in at least the first few days of an incident, that's basically what we have to convince of a customer, that we won't screw up. It'll be okay. And after a couple thousand incidents, I think we've got this figured out, right? We know how to handle the entire incident end to end. We know how to deal with the legal team, the PR team. We know how to deal with all the outcomes. We know how to recover from it and get people back and running again. So it's key.
Yeah, I think there's so much to that. There's just absolutely so much to that. As we kind of come to the tail end of our session, I want to ask you this kind of one final question, kind of send off, which is this now the future of incident response? Has COVID-19 really just pretty much solidified the fact that you may never have to travel for 250 days a year anymore?
Yes, I think so. I know so. I mean, with the movement to cloud, with the ability to be able to very quickly deploy tools and capabilities to get the visibility and control that you need in an environment, with the ability to have the right experts on the back end at scale instead of having them distributed across the entire world, we move very, very quickly now. And I think that speed is absolutely vital to the sort of next phase of IR. Where I believe it's actually heading is that all of the tools and capabilities that we're using on a day-to-day basis for IR are slowly but surely being migrated into the SOC, the Security Operations Center. And now the SOC is really starting to become this new thing, a CERT or whatever acronym you want to throw at it. But it really becomes an extension of the entire IR paradigm. And we're starting to see most of the major corporations make that shift with the tools and the capabilities that you have at the endpoint, at the server, at the cloud. You now get the visibility and control to allow folks to do the IR process in a more automated and continual and much more effective way.
Absolutely. Folks, Daniel Wiley, Head of Incident Response at Check Point, thank you so much for joining us on our virtual summit today. And thank you so much for all the knowledge. I mean, I know I'm overwhelmed. Like, my brain's running at the speed of a F-16 jet. It's just flying through right now.
Well, I really appreciate the time, and it's been wonderful to catch up, and always available to anyone that might need a hand.
Absolutely, folks. Daniel Wiley is with Check Point, one of our supporters here. You guys can obviously find out more on the link below this video. You can interact with Daniel on LinkedIn. You can follow Check Point on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, you name it. They're everywhere. I mean, Check Point is the godfather. Shout out to Gil and the work he's done to kind of being the godfather and the inspiration for the black t-shirts. If it wasn't for Gil Schwade, I don't think black t-shirts would be a thing in cyber. So a shout out to Gil there as well. Folks, we're going to take a short little break here. We're going to be right back with another exciting session for this virtual summit, so don't go anywhere. You can always hit pause, come right back, relieve yourself, grab a sandwich, a drink, a beer maybe, just not a Corona. Hold the virus.
Hey, they stopped making them.
They stopped importing them. That's
right.
All right, folks, we'll be right back after this. Hey, folks. 2 more sessions left to go, so don't go anywhere. This one coming up right now is with Jacqueline Jayne, and she is the security awareness advocate for KnowBe4 in Australia. We had a great conversation around security awareness in the era of remote work, in the post-COVID-19 era, where how does security awareness really change now that people are working from home? More people are going to be working from home. This is going to be longer than a month or two. This is probably going to be for about a year or two. So how do we deal with that and so much more coming up right now? Hey everyone, James Azar here with CyberHub Engage, our virtual summit for this time around the new cyber paradigm. I have a great, exciting, fascinating, cross-Atlantic, cross-Pacific, cross all kind of avenues of the world session here. Coming up, we're going to talk a lot about security awareness in the era of COVID-19, in the era of remote work that's going to be sticking around because, folks, we're at the end of this. I wouldn't say at the end of this. We're at the end of complete and absolute lockdown predominantly across the globe. And we're slowly going to start kind of getting back to some resemblance of normal life. And what that resemblance looks like, we're seeing a lot of different countries have a lot of different kind of ideas of how people need to go back to work, how workplaces should be securing their employees. Some are asking for temperature checks and so forth. And this session, we're going to talk about security awareness and all of that. And so plays a really, really big role. And a lot of us, have to do those little click videos, and we'll talk a little bit about that as well. Joining me to do this conversation, folks, is a awesome person, Jacqueline Jayne. She is the security awareness advocate for KnowBe4, also known as JJ, which I like because that's my daughter's initial. And she's talking to us all the way from Adelaide, Australia, mate. How's it going, JJ?
Really well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing very well. 3 months in Australia, still can't get an Australian accent for my life. Couldn't do it.
It's not easy. It's not easy to replicate. And mine's not too Aussie.
You don't think yours is Aussie?
Not as the, I suppose, the country Australians with their "G'day, mate, how you going?" I don't have that, but definitely from Australia.
I will tell you, though, the very interesting thing for a lot of people who are watching and listening to us, when I spent 3 months in Australia, I was in Melbourne, great city, absolutely amazing place. I will tell you that as an American, I cleared customs in Australia quicker than I cleared customs in the US.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Which was absolutely fascinating. But you spend more time in baggage claim than you do in any other country in the world. And you're crossing the world, so you always have a checked bag. And so you always end up kind of with the drug dogs, the fruit and food dogs, and just the ecologists, the people who are checking, your shoes, everything that you're kind of trying to bring into the ecosystem within Australia, which is just fascinating.
It is. One of my favorite TV shows is Border Control.
I love Border Control. I
love
Border Control.
So much fun. Especially when people say they have no food and they've got 5 suitcases full of food. It's hilarious.
You're trying to bring jackfruit into Australia. No. That's a no.
Exactly.
Exactly. So before we kind of go into our business a little bit, what's Australia like? Because you guys are in the opposite kind of part of the world where you guys are at the end of summer now.
Yes.
Heading into fall. Almost, you guys are in fall already. Although pictures of all my friends in Melbourne, I see that they're still going to the ocean and they're still at the pool and weather's still really, really nice. So because a lot of people argue that the summer's going to kind of taper down COVID-19. Has that been true for Australia?
No. We're in a very fortunate place, I suppose, being an island and being cut off from everywhere else like we are. So at the moment, we've flattened our curve, which has been remarkable. And the problem with the warm weather is people are ignoring social distancing rules. Doing too many things.
So we lost you there for just a moment. Obviously, cross-Atlantic connection, folks, so just be a bit patient with us. I know I lost you when you said people aren't respecting social distancing rules.
No, well, when it comes to the social distancing here, because the weather's been so great, people have been going outside. So we had to bring in more rules to say, nope, you got to stay back, because our summer actually went longer than usual. So yeah, that's where we're at down here in the lovely land of Oz.
Yeah, it's very interesting. A lot of theories around COVID-19, a lot of theories that summer's going to make it, reduce the risk of it. Summer kills these viruses. That's not exactly been true. We've seen it really not only go into effect in Australia, but also in South America and places like Argentina, Brazil, Peru, and so forth. Parts of Africa, South Africa, and other spots that have been on significant quarantine. And you guys are heading into the winter where this disease typically picks up, and so now all eyes literally look down south to see how the second wave of this really comes off of, because that's going to be a tattletale sign for the rest of the world come fall.
That's true. And we also have our flu season about to start, so people are getting their vaccinations for their flu. And the last thing we want is people getting COVID-19 and the flu together, which is a big concern.
It is, and we pray that people really do listen to a lot of the local rules. They're there for a reason. They're there to really watch your life and keep you safe. And so, kind of shifting a little bit to our topic of the hour, which is security, right? And security awareness of all things. So, ultimate challenge, remote work. Ultimate challenge number 2, remote work during a pandemic with no head warning, people using their own devices on their home networks. Oh, and hang on, here's another twist. They're at home with their spouses and kids all on one network. Oh, and let me give you another twist. They're supposed to be working. They're easily distracted. We've all seen these conference calls of people just getting up to stretch in their boxers. We've all, or heading to the restroom, or kids coming in, or spouses walking behind them.
Yes.
We've all kind of seen this. And so security awareness is almost, it's a topic, and it's not a sexy topic, and it's not a priority, because a lot of people who are still working remotely are so concerned with getting their job done. Last thing they want to worry about additionally security. So let's start talking a little bit about that challenge from your end. How do you plan for this, JJ? I mean, what's really some of the stuff? And you do have a raspy voice, so I will let people know. JJ did email me this morning, and she was all like, James Murphy's Law dictates that I have a very hard voice, and I think your voice is absolutely fine, but just letting people know. So how do we start? How do we start with the planning of this, JJ?
Look, the planning, it's actually impossible to do this very quickly. So planning, whilst important, will actually take time. Even if we didn't have COVID-19, we weren't all pushed to remote working so quickly. Even to roll something out from a security awareness training perspective will take time. The challenge we face, as you pointed out, when we move it to a remote environment, there is so many more things to consider. And you can't all come into a meeting room and have a huddle and talk about it. And, IT can't walk around to you and then have that one-on-one chat. So the engagement required is very different than what it would be if you're working in the office.
The mode of engagement is very, very different. I mean, I can tell you that as a CISO, the one thing I find to be the most disturbing part of all of this is the water cooler coffee station conversations. Those conversations that let you know what DevOps is up to, what marketing is up to, where all of a sudden marketing had someone put up an instance on the cloud to put some data out there so that they can run some BI analytics for someone. And,
Yep.
And those for me create headaches beyond visibility to your data right now, and visibility into your cloud are essential. You can't ignore either one of those. But awareness is part of the problem to begin with, right? And pre-COVID-19, you've been doing this for 20 some odd years, JJ. I mean, your resume is obviously speaks for itself, and folks can see that. Let's talk a little bit about pre-COVID-19. What were the challenges with security awareness before this pandemic hit?
Okay, look, that's a really good question. The key to anything, if you want to engage your people and actually shift that culture towards being security aware and actually caring about it, that's where the trick is. Because a lot of people think, oh, we'll just send out an email, we'll just tell people to stop clicking on phishing, we'll just demand that they follow certain rules. It just does not work like that. For example, if you were to roll out Office 365 without any conversations with any business units or anyone in the company, it'd be pretty catastrophic. Microsoft knows this. There are so many people out there that support this big process and change that occurs if you're going to do something like that. And the same is for security awareness training. So to support people to make those better security decisions, they need to understand what's in it for them. And pre-COVID-19, there was more of a directive from IT that would incorporate having all the different business units come together to create that level of importance will increase how people actually uptake and really take seriously the nature of security awareness while they're working from home.
Yeah, I think there's an inherent, I don't want to say risk, but there's an inherent risk, obviously, with people working from home. But security awareness almost goes down the waysides in times like these, right? Productivity, keeping the company going. Some people who've been cut to 50% or even 25% in their capacity. So they're trying to get a full-time job done in 50% of the time because that's the expectation. As we set up a level of awareness within our staff, how do we plan for it effectively, given the fact that we don't control the environments anymore?
Yeah, I think the first part there is to acknowledge that. And actually, as part of your communication, when you're doing your planning, make sure that you're upfront with people and say to them, we know this is a different world. We know that things aren't easy for you guys at home. Acknowledge the shift and the resilience that they've already shown in where they've worked and to move to that remote environment. And when it comes to the cybersecurity element, this is where you can tie it into how important it is for them to know this from a home point of view, for their kids doing their schooling from home at the moment, and talk about how it's a challenge outside of the work because there's no IT down the road. There's no one next door for you to actually go and say, hey, this email looks a bit suspicious. So they've lost that level of contact and confidence in some ways. So like you've pointed out so rightly so, cybersecurity awareness is just not front of mind if nothing's been set up prior to shift to remote work. For those organisations that have a program before COVID-19 with a staff who understood their level of responsibility for cybersecurity and know what to do should they receive a random email or a suspicious email, they know how to keep their desk tidy, they're aware of all of those things. It's something they don't have to think about now. So unfortunately, the level of commitment required by those organisations that haven't yet set up something for cybersecurity awareness and the extra elements from remote working, they're on the back foot a little bit, but there are solutions and a way forward for them.
You bring up a great point, which is oftentimes if there isn't a awareness program set up, if there isn't some level of communication within the organization around security awareness, then now trying to even incorporate it becomes even trickier.
Yes, it can. I like to always look at the silver lining and look at the positive element, and to position something like this as we want to keep you safe at home, we want to keep you cyber safe at home, we want to protect you and your family from the cyber threats that are out there. That's a really good in to start that conversation, rather than we've got a new program that everyone has to follow, where you'll get there's too much. But offering a helping hand, offering advice in disguise, in a nice way, to then get your people to understand that importance. Again, their responsibility, have those processes and policies as well to support that. That's how you find the results will work.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think the fact is, very often people who are in leadership roles within security aren't always empowered to be able to communicate that across an entire organization. In your experience, how have you seen kind of that balance of empowerment and empowering the right message to the company and the buy-in for it? What are some of the success stories you've seen?
Look, from my experience and observations, both before KnowBe4 and during my time at KnowBe4, is buy-in from the top down is critical. You won't succeed if it's one person doing their very best to roll out a cybersecurity education and awareness program. So the key is to have a look at each business unit, engage someone from each of the areas of your organization, doesn't matter how big or small that you are, and talk about it. So the person who has the understanding and knowledge of the cyber threat landscape and why people need to be educated to protect the organization from home now, that's where you start. And it's purely a conversation. It is, this is the information you have, this is the data you have, we need to protect it. What are your big risks? And enlightening people as to what's actually going on is the key. Getting a team together who walk in a line side by side, led by the CISO if that's important. Whoever needs to lead it is the voice of that project. The only way it succeeds is if everyone understands the reason why, that it's non-negotiable, and cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility, not just IT's anymore. It just doesn't work that way.
Yes, cybersecurity. In fact, I think every cybersecurity talk I give says that cybersecurity is a team effort, and it requires an entire organization. It requires everyone in the company to really care about it, from the janitor, the office cleaner, to the CEO and everyone in the middle. I kind of want to ask you this. Do you feel like awareness training should be more, I guess, job specific rather than very universal?
There's certainly a situational element when it comes to cybersecurity awareness. I do say, though, that's with caution. Let's say there are 100 elements of cybersecurity awareness that is available. Everybody in the organization, doesn't matter who they are, what role they have, their tenure, their level, there's like 50 of those points that everyone needs to know. There will then be, let's say, for accounting and finance, who have access to specific information or are entering and protecting specific information. They're probably a higher risk group, so they might require an additional level of understanding of what they're doing. Sales, even telephone sales people who might be dealing with credit card information. There's a whole element of PCI DSS that they need to know that people who are at reception or office workers just don't need to know. Having a high level understanding is one thing, but making things very role specific is also important. To start with, though, get the basics, get the understanding of what is this thing called cyber, stay away from all the technical terms, and really educate people and don't assume they know anything, because you'd be surprised. If you say to someone, we're going to have a talk about what a SOC does, a lot of people will say, well, I've got SOCs, some are pairs and some aren't together. Because unless you know what the cybersecurity word SOC means, then you're just not going to know, so you've lost them. So yeah, I hope that answers the question of there's certainly a situational element, and there's also very specific based on roles and access to data.
Yeah, there's I always feel like we enter our own lingo gets used against us.
Absolutely.
And in at the beginning of this year, I think as you and I were talking last week, I told you I've made a vow to not speak at a cybersecurity conference but to speak to non-cyber folks, because I think a lot of times people listen to this and we speak at conferences, and there's inherent value about speaking about cyber with other cybersecurity professionals. I think especially if you're developing a technological solution for a cyber problem.
Yeah.
There's inherent value in that.
There is, and people are people. So when you want to engage and take someone along a journey, we actually want to be part of something bigger than ourselves. We don't want to be just another cog. We want to be part of something. And if we know that as a non-cyber person or a non-tech person, we're now empowered with some knowledge that in turn can help us protect our organization. And quite frankly, if a data breach occurred, you could lose your job if it was that big of an issue and took down your company or ransomware. So it's understanding you have a level of control as that last line of defense. So the non-tech people, if you approach it the right way, they get it. But you have to take that assumption of technical knowledge out.
Assumption of technical knowledge out. I like that. I like that concept. I will say that the challenge inherently within security folks is we think like security people. So it's been very interesting for me in the era of COVID-19 as I speak to a lot of cybersecurity professionals, whether practitioners or whether people who work for some of the great organizations that help in protecting organizations from security threats. I ask them simple questions, like, how many devices are hooked on your home network? Is it segmented? And a lot of them are like, yeah, well, my wife and I work in IT, or, I've segmented my home network. I operate one way or another. And I go, okay, but what about the employees that work in your company?
Mm-hmm.
How real is it for them to have that similar setup? And it's not.
No.
Right?
And it's like cybersecurity hygiene. So if you think about it as washing our hands at the moment for COVID-19, we've all washed our hands, but this is 20 seconds. And now there's gloves and there's masks and there's all these new things that's been introduced, which was really quite confronting for many people, including myself, was like, this is just weird. So if you ask a non-cyber person to do something related to protecting the company from phishing threats, they very well might say, are we phishing now? Like, who's got the boat? You can't even assume they know what phishing is in cybersecurity. You would be surprised how many egos will come into play and questions will not be asked very early on in that communication process because a misunderstanding of a term or a word. So if you can, and that goes back to how do we bring people together to create these programs. If you get a people person and a tech person to work together, that is where the magic happens, because they'll challenge the tech person and the tech person will start to understand a little bit more about what's required. And that is how you can really make such a difference and push this message through in a very easy to digest manner.
Simple terminology is critical.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. However, challenge remains is that if you ever speak to a DevOps person, or you speak to an accountant, they have their own lingo and jargon, and it is only inherent that while they're speaking with someone who may not understand all their technical jargon, will still say it because that's the level of speech they're used to. And it's also a specific level of professionalism within their own role and pride in their job. And so in security is no different. So the question kind of goes to, as we kind of, let's say beyond planning, but let's talk a little bit about the idea of awareness, of cyber awareness while remote working. How do we break through those barriers? And what are some of your tips to break through these barriers and really excel in that position and in execution of cyber awareness?
Yeah. Well, cyber awareness is, in its simplest form, the requirement for people to change behavior, to change their habits, and to introduce something new. And the only way to do that is to understand the needs of a human and just their brain and how we work and why we do the things we do. You don't need to go and do a 3-year degree in it, but you certainly need to have a level of understanding that there are steps involved. So if you can explain to people why it's important for them and that this is everyone's responsibility, and have that team that are presenting themselves to the organization remotely, that can be done via, easy Zoom or any video conferencing tools that people are using. And then you take people through that cybersecurity landscape, explain what's going on, and give examples, show local statistics, make it real, talk about what might have been happening in your actual organization from cyber. Stay away from the infrastructure and firewalls and all the other things that you've done from a info security perspective, because that's critical. This is about your people as your last line of defense and creating those human firewalls. So if you're keeping that language non-technical, make sure you have people presenting who can have this conversation and be very engaging. Use humor, whatever that you find works. And take them through that high-level understanding of all the different elements of cybersecurity, that it's not just online, it can also be the physical security of tailgating, dumpster diving, and everything in cybersecurity can be related back to working from home or working remotely, which is an important part to know. Then you want to take them through that data breach perspective, talk about what happens. And because the majority of data breaches occur that someone's clicked on something or engaged with a phishing email, handed over credentials, and then there's a data breach or worse. And reinforcing that these things occur to very clever people, not those that might have no clue. Phishing and the way it works is because hackers have honed their skills and they know what we as humans will respond to. And COVID-19 right now is the hot topic. I'm sure you will be able to mention as many statistics as I can, but the amount of COVID-19 related cyber threats that are out there, it's extraordinary.
I completely agree. I will tell you that one of the things I did immediately with the start of the pandemic is I sent a communication to several companies where I'm a chief information security officer to. And I said, folks, there will be no COVID-19 internal emails coming via email. No updates, no healthcare updates, nothing. You'll get everything through one of our other communication channels in a group that we will open that will have all the information you're seeking and needing. If you get anything of COVID-19 in your inbox, report it as spam.
And that is brilliant. However, unless you've got that understanding of what all that means and why you'd be doing it, people would be concerned. What do you mean you're not going to give me any information about COVID-19? But if you have a cybersecurity posture and that level of awareness, people would really appreciate that. Like, thank goodness. I know that any COVID-19 email that comes from the organization, I just ignore it and report it, which is key. The other side is to also understand the enemy, which is the hacker. I know it's a broad term, but people don't actually know what that world is like, who they are, what they do, why they do what they do, and how data is sold and how these people make money and their motivation. So just even explaining that to them in a high level way brings them to a level of understanding and think, I didn't know about that, because they're not going to ask, what's a hacker? They think they know, they all wear hoodies, which is just not true. However, that's what
they all wear hoodies. They all live in mom's basement, and
they do.
And every time a cop or an FBI comes to stop them, they stop them 2 seconds before and a ransomware attack really just, they're just typing away at a keyboard.
Yeah, and let's be fair to people. Let's be fair to the accountants. Their focus is accounting. End of story. And they're very good at what they do. Let's look at salespeople. They sell, and that is what they do, and that is their focus, and they are skilled at it. You couldn't take a salesperson and put them in the DevOps team and say, off you go, do your job. Because it just won't happen. They don't have the skill set required. And I think everybody needs to stop for a moment and realize that, yes, cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility from the point of view of awareness and knowing what to do should something happen. Whereas accounting, we all have an awareness and we go to our accountant or our tax person that one time a year. They do it for us if we've got complicated taxes because we don't know. That's not our jobs. And it would be great if people started to really understand that cyber is a technical world that can be broken down into easy to digest information. And as long as you make sure that your people understand the value of your data, actually talk about it. This is the data we have on our systems. This business unit marketing is responsible for these 10 types of data. You know, they've got their brand to protect, which is our organization. Talk about HR. Talk about the information you've given when you started your job at this company. The amount of information we share to get your data as well as your customers' data. So skin in the game is another term that's frequently used. People understand it's really important. It's not just company stuff, but it's your stuff as well.
So let me push back on that a little bit.
Please
I'm
do.
all for transparency, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm all for transparency. I'm also all for a limited transparency on need-to-know basis.
Of course.
KnowBe4 had an awesome presence at RSA. You guys were on both sides. You guys were on the north side and south side. You guys did not discriminate. On one of the sides, and I forgot which side it was, you guys had a movie theater. You guys were playing the kind of like mini-series, the Inside, I forgot the name of it, the Inside Man. Is
the
that
Inside Man,
right. And I sat down, got a little thing of popcorn, and watched one of those episodes. It was actually pretty hilarious.
It's an amazing series.
It's very well done. And I will say this though, for those who haven't seen it, you should go to KnowBe4's website and check it out. It's a good look into cyber awareness, into people actually doing their job. And then how in the process of doing your job, a lot of times you can fall victim to stuff. And I'm not saying that because we're talking right now. I've spoken about it before. I will say this, though. Letting specific people in the organization know extreme extension levels of data, where data is, what data we have, where it sits, and why it sits there, sometimes gives me an uneasy feeling. And it gives me an uneasy feeling for several reasons. Realizing that there are specific departments in my organization that have a higher turnover rate than others is one. Knowing that depending on the line of work you're in, if you're a financial services organization, chances are the people who work for you today could be working for your competitors 2 weeks, 3 months, a year down the road. And specific advantages just can fizzle away by an employee going to work somewhere else, because people will always say, well, he signed a non-disclosure, or she signed a non-disclosure, or, we can take legal action. Well, what good is legal action when something's already out? When a cat's out of the bag, a cat's out of the bag. Nothing's going to bring the cat back in the bag.
Very true.
And the cost of that could be enormous for an organization, right? From a level of, if someone knows the kind of data you collect and how long you keep it for, right? I mean, we all know the Snowden situation, where he exposed a bunch of information and data that he shouldn't have exposed, that he was legally obligated to protect and not even discuss, and he did so anyways. And the cost of that to the National Security Agency, to the U.S. government, to the U.S. taxpayer was enormous. We're still paying for it today, years later, right? So how do you balance the idea of value of data, which I understand people need to understand the value of data, to awareness? Where do you draw the line based on your experience, JJ? Where do you draw that line? Where do you go, this is where kind of my line is, or is your line really gray?
No, it isn't. The examples you've given, I would suggest, would be more discussed when an upcoming audit is occurring or there's compliance issues and the risk management group all get together and have a look at where all the data is. In this scenario, when you're talking to all of your people to get them on board, it's a two-way discussion. What I've done in the past is say, rather than here's the data we have, is let's talk about what kind of data we have on our customers. So, and then people will start to say, oh, we've got their address, we've got their driver's license, we've got some of them in our passports, and we know their travel insurance history. And so they're sharing information that they know. You don't need a lot of information either. So if you get 10 examples of the type of data that your company potentially has for customers, that's all you need to do. Then you bring into the conversation, think about and reflect when you started here and the information you shared. We have that on our systems as well. So you're not giving them the specifics of what information, where it's stored, how it's stored. Hopefully, people have the right permissions and different levels to access all of this information. But it's a general conversation. So they think, geez, we've got, let's say we've got, 100,000 customers. We've got a lot of information that's really valuable to hackers. And they've got my information here as well that I want to protect. So by protecting my own information from a hacker to, use my identity and do the wrong thing, I'm also going to be protecting the whole organization. So this is, again, high level. I would never recommend going into that deep granular part about what data is and where it is and the specifics. You can be very high level. And you could even know the 10 things that you want to get, because I suspect most companies will have the same lot of 10 pieces of information for their customers.
And thank you for clarifying that. I think there's always kind of, I like to say, sometimes there's a disconnect. And the disconnect is from, I like to say, and that disconnect exists, I think, in every single industry, not just in cyber. And it exists between people who try to sell something to people who are actually doing the work, right?
Correct.
And for people who are trying to sell something, it's always easy to come out and say, do this, do this, do this, do this, because, well, that's easy to say. You don't have to live with it. Whereas as practitioners, our inherent challenges, if I did all these things, where would I be?
Yeah.
Right? So, exactly. we hear a lot about zero trust, and people who are on the outskirts of security hear a lot of security people talk about zero trust. And I feel like zero trust, while conceptually makes a little bit of sense, is bad marketing and it's a bad name.
Yeah, because there is no such thing.
Well, and I also think when you look at it from an awareness perspective, right? If I'm in DevOps, or if I'm in engineering, or if I'm in cloud, if I'm in operations, and I hear the term zero trust, I go, so do you not trust me? And then inherently that makes me look at you as the person who's always questioning me, or not trusting my loyalty to the organization. And that creates a whole other set of challenges that are.
And I think that's part of the confusion that happens is, let's give them all the information and let's talk about what we know and how it affects us. And they don't care. The general person, the general employee is never going to care, because it doesn't mean anything to them. And it's not being negative, that's just a fact. And if you can have a conversation and make it as light as possible with facts and with evidence-based research to say, look, this is what's happening out there. I don't know all the road toll details of the deaths on the road in Australia and every state, and I don't know all of that information, but I know I need to drive safely. I know that there are rules I need to follow. I'm aware of my responsibility on the road. However, I'm not going to say, did you know that X amount of people had accidents last week, and these are the bad cars, and this particular corner or roundabout's really not a safe place to go. And I don't have those conversations. I know what my responsibility is driving my car to keep safe on the road, and I know the rules. So if we even think about analogies like that say, okay, if that was cybersecurity, what would we need to tell our people? We would need to tell them the basic stuff about driving their car, not even mechanics of the car even. That's none of their business. They just need to know what to do if something goes wrong. So go to the mechanic if the red light comes on. So there's a lot of analogies you can bring into this process as well that will support the key message that is and has been really challenging for the InfoSec people, the tech people, to try and get that traction with the non-techies. I've seen it over and over again.
So what does security awareness look like in the new cyber paradigm of remote work, of limited human interaction that's very controlled, where you're sitting 2 meters apart or 6 feet apart for those that don't know the difference? 3 feet makes 1 meter, 2 meters equals 6 feet. Just, yes. I have to do that conversion. I lived in Israel. Israel goes by meters. I was born and raised in the States, and I now live in the States, and so everything is feet. And I think in Australia it's meters, is it not?
Correct.
Yes, yep, everything is meters.
Yeah.
And so people wearing masks, people wearing gloves, people working remote, things that we're going to be inherently doing until there's a vaccine for COVID-19, until people regain confidence to live their lives the way they did prior to this pandemic. How do you see the new security awareness kind of paradigm shift?
It's a very good question. I think let's think about remote working right now and the amount of uptake in, let's just go back to Zoom, the amount of people that I saw a headline just before our session today that talked about there is now something called Zoom fatigue. Too many Zoom meetings are occurring. So we've gone to the other end of the spectrum for doing too many things. Cybersecurity and security awareness training is not going anywhere, whether we've got COVID-19 or not, because history has shown whatever global situation or localized situation is occurring, hackers will jump on it. It's a great opportunity for them, as long as they're reaching out to our fear, our greed, our curiosity, just out of pure interest. We will continue to fall, especially for phishing. And that is the biggest concern for people breaching hackers breaching organizations. So from a security awareness training point of view, the only way it succeeds is if it's ongoing. People know what their responsibility is. They get some new school training, some like Inside Man, some Netflix style, very cool training that not only keeps you entertained, but educates you in a real life scenario. And the other side is, and there's a bit of discussion at the moment with a lot of people who are in the world of security awareness training about should you be phishing in simulations your people on COVID-19 phishing templates. And I say yes. KnowBe4 is a big supporter of absolutely yes. People need to know what they're going to be experiencing from the wild, from the real hackers who are sending all this stuff out. And I would much rather click on a phishing simulated COVID-19 email than click on a real one. So you link it through to training, you link it through to communication, have in every meeting, talk about it. Just like we talk about health and safety or work health safety, just like we talk about the physical distancing or social distancing and gloves and all of that now, it's becoming part of our daily conversation. Social cybersecurity awareness training. And that's the difference. People now are realizing how important it is, especially with remote working. IT has lost that security blanket they had in offices, and they must just understand that we're not going back. And as you pointed out, when we go back to normal, there's a new normal. There's an absolute new normal. Travel will be different. Everything will be different as we move forward. And that's not going to change for cybersecurity awareness either.
No, it's not going to, and I agree with you. I think one of the things I can tell you, one of my best practices that I'd like to share is one of the ways I've been doing security awareness is taking some of the phishing messages that we get through threat actors. Or some of my peers get, and they send in our Slack channel or different groups. And I'll share it in our communication channel of choice for the organization. And I'll just mention, I'll be like, this is how this is going on. And I'll typically put it in a PDF. And I'll let them know, hey, share this with your parents. You have older parents.
Yes.
Share this with your aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, cousins. And that's one inherent way to provide value from a security perspective to your customers. And I call every single one of, as a chief information security officer, every single team member is my customer. It's my job to protect that customer. And so
correct. You've got internal customers, external customers.
Correct. But they're all customers. And the best way to enhance awareness is to make them feel comfortable enough to come ask me questions.
Exactly. Not scared. People often they feel bad if they've clicked and they shouldn't have, or they open something and they think, oh, shouldn't have done that. There should be an environment of, I clicked, and for the response to be, thank you for telling us. We appreciate it. Well done. And share that, use that as a learning opportunity rather than I've clicked, I'll just pretend it didn't happen. That honesty and transparency is so important.
See, I'm all against the click tests. I mean, I do them because for audit purposes, people want you to do them. I personally prefer a more structured approach to security awareness. And my structured approach is by department, by roles, and so forth, where there's a specific group of people that you have to invest more time in educating because they're more of the keys to the kingdom kind of folks. Than just a person who could possibly click a link. And I think the fact that so many people consider awareness to be a phishing test is flawed to begin with. It's flawed.
It's true.
The phishing test is it's the cumulative result of awareness over a period of time to see how effective your awareness training over a period of time was. If you're
that's key. That's for ROI. People are desperate to be able to prove their security awareness training program is working. And we found, I know before, and other organizations have also found, when you combine ongoing training with simulated phishing tests as well as simulated social engineering, not just phishing, then your phish prone level will drop by half in a very short period of time and come down into single digits after a 12-month period. So there's no you have to do it this way or have to do it that way. The key is understanding what's important to you. If you want to know that your people are learning and grasping these new terms and this whole new world, we need to have those tests. We need, as humans, to have that validation we're on the right track. Like we can spot a phishing email, or we know not to plug in this USB, or we got that smishing and we know it's not real, or we've got to report it. There's a validation of being human to say, job well done. And it works because of the nature of us being human.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with that. I think there's an inherent kind of idea around a lot of security professionals that awareness training starts with the phishing test and doesn't end there. And I always say, like, it starts long before the phishing test. And the phishing test is kind of a line that shows you where you're at. But understanding that if that line is steady at a specific percentage based on the size of your organization, the distribution of your organization, meaning if you're responsible for a global team, and your turnover rate and so forth, all of those have to kind of play into your statistics and into your KPIs and into your ROI.
That's right. Exactly.
Because they play a factor. And oftentimes that falls on the Chief Information Security Officer to really educate his board and educate his supervisors and managers on what do these phishing results really mean for the organization.
Yeah.
Beyond the fact that, hey, only 8% clicked or 12% clicked. What does that really mean? And then what does that mean in dollar value?
Yeah, well, it's only one measurement and one element. When you're looking at a culture shift of cybersecurity awareness, it's not just that baseline fish test. That's just a place to start. That's one element that's quite easy to do, to say, look, this is where we started. And then after 6 months and 12 months, this is how it shifted. But the behavioral elements of cybersecurity awareness is actually quite challenging to measure, because it's, what behaviors do you want to see? Do you want to physically know people are locking their machines? Can you see that? Are people keeping their desk tidy? Have you sent in people to do that tailgating test? I know it's a bit different at the moment with a remote scenario, but hey, send people a USB to their home office or their home with a gift card attached to it that they can only get from the USB, and they'll plug that baby in. So it's about, you create that awareness and give them as many opportunities to provide observable change in behavior that then says, along with our training, along with our simulated phishing, we know that our risk has dropped dramatically because of all of these elements. So you can get an incredibly robust ROI on the shift and creation of your cybersecurity culture if you look at all the elements. One element won't do it. Absolutely not.
You're absolutely right. It's not just one thing. It's a culmination of things. And the white paper that I've been working on compares airline and aircraft crashes to cybersecurity breaches. And an interesting note, JJ, is that the top 5 reasons for a data breach and the top 5 reasons for an airplane crash are identical.
Wow. Someone clicked and they shouldn't have?
Well,
don't press the red button?
Some sort. I mean, when you think of a data breach, it's a large percentage of it is human error, right?
Yep.
And when a plane crashes, a big reason for it is human error.
Yeah.
We often
comes back to the human.
It always comes back to the human operating a machine, and it always comes back to a human functionality at a time of crisis. And we are now at a time of crisis.
We are.
And so we inherently think of that. And as Patrick Benoit, who's the Business Information Security Officer for CBRE, who's an avid pilot, a great friend of our show, we've been kind of running back and forth on this white paper together. And really, one of the things as we kind of wrap it up, one of the things I'm noticing is human error was limited in aircrafts, right? So that's why we see less airplane crashes now. Think of it in the 70s and 80s of the amount of planes that would just fall out of the sky. A lot of times pilot error, a lot of times, a mechanical issue followed by a pilot's error in response, right? So identical kind of situations in cyber where, there could be a vulnerability in a system that no one's really patching, that someone goes and then there's an alert and someone goes in and takes the wrong action rather than the right action that only causes the system to further and causes the attack to further spread, which leads to a ransomware attack or a data breach. And so we're inherently very much identical. But if we were able to secure aviation to the point where it's the safest mode of transportation on the planet, it's the most popular mode of transportation. There's a lot of cars, but inherently the risk of an airplane going down to a car is very, very different. And you think of the amount of people that trust, a tin can flying at, 800 miles an hour at 37,000 feet. Why can't we create a similar level of safeguards in cyber that have made aviation so much safer? And
look, that's the $20,000 or $20 million question, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's the $20 billion question. I think, working on this paper as I'm kind of working on our conclusions, I've realized that the one thing that the aviation industry did that cyber hasn't done yet is understand human behavior and then address it. So when
that's the key.
Right.
That is the key.
So there's a mechanical issue on the plane. There's a checklist that a pilot goes through, and they have to go through that. They're trained through that checklist, right? So I'm not saying we should have a checklist for a phishing email, but could we create technologies that automatically do a checklist of an email or automatically checklist a human behavior online to go, you're about to crash. We're going to start setting off some alerts here. And
I think there are some technologies that are emerging in that space.
There are.
About the work occurring in protecting all the email filters as they come in. But just as we protect from these 20 COVID-19 related phishing emails, there's another 300 that we haven't found yet. And we always seem to be one step behind. If we could maybe find a way to split internal email from external email and have two different inboxes, maybe that's a step forward. Can we do some more machine learning to know what people are doing, like you say? And I'm sure there are already companies doing this to be able to say, look, you shouldn't be on this website. So maybe we should, have a closer look about what you're doing. There's never going to be a silver bullet because we're dealing with human. That's the thing. Unless we ban emails.
Well, and I don't think you can ban email yet. I think it'd be interesting to see email go from written to spoken.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. But then you'd open a file and it would deploy some form of ransomware at the same time. Hackers are brilliant. This is the thing people need to understand. They're innovative. They work together. Their level of collaboration across borders is phenomenal. Mm-hmm. And as a cybersecurity
it's the only place where Russians and Americans cooperate.
Correct. So, I'm seeing more of it now, I must admit, through the COVID-19 pandemic and what's happened, and there's a lot that's happened. I've really seen the cybersecurity network come together in ways they never have before. Whether that be sharing resources or just supporting each other, stepping outside the bounds of their usual work. And that has been really encouraging. So there's no doubt that because now things are remote, there's a heightened need and understanding of we have to get to these humans in a better way. That's part of this podcast today, and that's the critical nature of everything that we do. It's all based on human nature. So if we engage the human at their level, we can only succeed.
Indeed. We are out of time, folks, for this session. We are in the final countdown, as one would say. And I want to thank JJ for joining us. Again, from Know Before, guys, check them out. And what's the name of the show again? It's The Insider Man, right?
The Inside Man.
The Inside Man. You guys have
season 2 now. Season 1 was just phenomenal. Even won awards at Cannes last year. And now we have season 2, and it is great. Breaking records everywhere. People love it. They just love it.
It's a great program. I will tell you firsthand. I saw one episode at RSA, and I pretty much came back and binged it, kind of over a period of time. As I came back, really did enjoy it, folks. Awareness in the new cyber paradigm, a discussion that we will continue to have here at the CyberHub Engage podcast as we kind of continue to explore how practitioners and how do we really start to perfect that model of remote work, of people being hysterical, panicky, and tend to be more susceptible to making mistakes, not because they're bad people, as JJ was so eloquently saying, but rather because they're genuinely concerned. And so a lot more coming up. So we're going to take a small break, come back with another session today. Until then, folks, take a little break and stay cyber safe. One more session coming up right after this. Folks, our final session, and I saved the best for last. Scott Coffer is the co-founder of Nucleus Security. These guys are all about vulnerability management. And in the era of remote work, vulnerability management, which I don't say always takes a back seat, but definitely doesn't always get the attention it needs, is front and center. And so Scott and I have an amazing conversation around vulnerability management beyond just vulnerability management and so much more in this era of COVID-19. Scott's a young, ambitious guy, awesome guy. I'll tell you, this company's going places. You can tell good leadership, good heads on their shoulders, really good group of guys. Really enjoyed this discussion with Scott, and I saved the best for last here, folks. Vulnerability management in the post-COVID-19 era is coming up right now. Hey everyone, James Azar here with CyberHub Engage. Welcome back to another exciting session in our virtual summit. Yes, virtual. I used to do a podcast because I thought it'd be fun to talk to you guys. Now I got to do this stuff virtually because I can't hang out with you. It's kind of really ticking me off. I do miss kind of hanging out with our listeners and my peers and just talking. And so I brought someone to talk about something that a lot of us don't want to admit to, which is vulnerability management. It's one of those, like, it's kind of like looked at as like the redheaded stepchild in our cybersecurity program. We have to love our step-headed red child, but we don't really want to love them completely. That's about vulnerability management. And joining me for our session today is a very good friend of mine, Scott Coffer. He is the co-founder and COO at Nucleus Security. Scott, welcome to the virtual summit.
Oh, thanks, James. I'm so happy to be here. And, I have to admit, it's always fun to hang out with you in a virtual setting or personal setting as well. So gotta make the best.
I prefer personal, right? Like I'm such like, I'm glad I went to RSA because I got to like experience a little bit of that.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But RSA was empty this year. It's one of those.
I brought a lot of hand sanitizer to RSA this year. We shook hands with a lot of people, and I have to admit, we can't clink beers together through the virtual summit, but we have to do the best with what we have.
Yeah, we sure do until this is all over and we can start to kind of not social distance ourselves. I think this whole idea of social distancing is just really awkward, especially for cyber folks.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah. I've never been super good at talking to people anyway, and so as an introvert, it's kind of nice, but at the same time, you realize that hey, you're only so introverted. You do like to talk to people.
Well, I think the one thing that people I think misunderstand about security is while you could have a lot of like introverts in security, teamwork is the essence of a good security program.
Absolutely.
And so introverts ends up becoming extroverts within their own introvert community.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you and I are case in point to that one right there. I mean, I talk to people so much now, whereas, I started out just behind a computer coding and throwing. I used to be a code monkey, so.
Yeah, so I mean, I get it. I honestly, like, I'm looking at this and I'm just, in my mind, I'm ready for quarantine to be over. I'm ready for us to move forward. I'm ready to meet and hang out and do exercises and like different tabletops with people in the room and not running them virtually, and just having discussions, round tables, and like you said, hanging out. And kind of, we can probably spend a few hours talking about what this really means from a COVID from a quarantine perspective. I think one of the things we really want to talk about, and guys, this session is a practitioner session. If you're listening, this is the session. As Scott and I were planning this session out together, vulnerability management, oftentimes not done as extensively. And there's a lot of challenges with it. We're going to talk about those, but the idea of vulnerability management is, and now in the era of COVID-19 for everyone listening and watching, is there's so many challenges that exist with it. A lot of organizations, a lot of CISOs have had to deal with managing vulnerabilities a lot of times with having to plug into a machine when someone can't get to the machine. And so it's created a slew of security challenges for a lot of organizations. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk a lot about what we can do as practitioners to really get this thing going forward. So, but Scott, I want you to set the baseline for us, if you don't mind. Okay. Sure. So whenever I talk about the new cyber paradigm, I like to kind of, this is living content. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, some kid's going to be doing research on COVID-19 cybersecurity, and I want them to fall on and vulnerability management, and I want them to fall on this, video and watch it. And I want them to understand a little bit, what was vulnerability management pre-pandemic?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of the funny part about this industry is it's not like we were doing vulnerability management great before COVID-19. And so COVID-19 is only making it worse, right? It was not like we had these crazy mature vulnerability management programs. I mean, SANS just published a real vulnerability management maturity model this year, like 3 weeks ago. And we're talking in April of 2020. So, I mean, vulnerability management, like you said, is been neglected for a really long time. And so what the traditional process really was is this disjointed kind of, you've got all these different tools that are trying to do different pieces of this vulnerability management process. Everybody calls themselves vulnerability management, but they don't really do every piece of that puzzle. And so no organization does the entire process well. I mean, I'm sure there's a couple out there that are, and if you are, good job. You're not the norm. But, I mean, traditional vulnerability management at this point is we have some vulnerability scanners. We throw it on a subnet because our entire network is internal. So we're relying on the scanning tools to kind of discover our assets. We're basically just grabbing these lists of vulnerabilities. We're throwing them in Excel, basically pushing them out to the appropriate parties through ticketing systems. Sometimes, generally it's email chains, SharePoint drives, etc. And so that's really what we're dealing with from a large enterprise and just even regular kind of mid-sized enterprise perspective is this kind of disjointed process that relies very heavily on people being internal to the network to actually do the vulnerability management. So, get the right information to the right people, to share the right information with the right people, to actually run patches, to actually figure out their attack surface is very heavily reliant on the internal network and being at the office. And so that's kind of the shift that we're seeing with COVID-19 is kind of a shift away from that towards a more distributed network of kind of security in general.
Yeah, the one thing COVID-19 has done for a lot of practitioners is really kind of spiced up our thought process in remote login, remote work. Because security folks, the only remote stuff you were really doing, it wasn't on the network. It was predominantly, emails, work. Very few people were doing remote work, remote security work from not within the existing network, just simply because of the security and the framework and the risk perspective of it. We were forced into this thing. And as we look at it, now that we are forced into this, we're speaking today is April 17th. This is going to air in a few days, and people will be listening to this for years and years and years to come. There's this inherent thing of how has vulnerability management really changed in the last month, and what are some of the key challenges that organizations are going through with this?
Yeah, so I think it really all revolves around the whole distribution of remote work, right? I mean, before there's kind of it's a lot of the challenges that you have with vulnerability management have been exacerbated by the move to remote work, right? And it's a bigger IT problem as well as a security problem. But where we're really seeing it is that organizations really need to start prioritizing their vulnerabilities differently, right? So I mean, before you basically throw your scanners at your systems and everything was internal, so it didn't really matter too much about kind of your asset context. But now, with all of your workers being remote, you've got all of these different avenues that you have to open up your internal network to so that they can go, log in and do what they need to do. And so we're seeing a huge increase in attack surface, and one of the neglected pieces of this whole process has always been asset management and discovering what assets you actually have out there, which ones are externally exposed. And so that's probably been the biggest challenge I think that we've seen is just this shift towards basically publicly exposing their networks and not really understanding what's actually out there. And they have no systems in place to actually figure out what is out there. So I'd say that's probably the biggest issue, and the biggest change has just been the attack surface.
Yeah, the attack surface is definitely different. I think the challenge with this, though, inherently, even as a CISO, is managing vulnerability management, right? It's really difficult to master vulnerability management for a lot of reasons. And a lot of it is you don't really control the systems that are vulnerable. They impact business differently. So how do you start to master it? What are some of the steps practitioners need to be paying attention to really get a better grip on vulnerability management?
Yeah, so that's one of the interesting problems that we always have to deal with as vulnerability management experts ourselves, right? So, and I think the biggest thing really is you need a shift in mindsets to understand what vulnerability management actually means to your organization. So, I mean, if you're looking at vulnerability management, it's basically one of the kind of foundational cybersecurity practices, cyber hygiene, if you will, type activities that you need to do to assess your actual business risk. Because really what you're trying to do is minimize the risk to your business of a cyber event, right? And there's a lot of different ways to do that, but vulnerability assessments and management is the kind of core technical challenge of kind of reducing that risk. And so what people need to start thinking about is they need to think about it in that context of what are we trying to actually accomplish with vulnerability management. Most of the organizations that we work with, they think of vulnerability management as a check-the-box compliance type thing, where PCI tells us we need to do biannual scans or quarterly scans. Let's go do that, and we'll put together a report or hire an outside vendor to help us with that. We need to start thinking about it as a holistic process where we're basically trying to achieve certain goals, and we want to be able to achieve those with undertaking certain actions and basically in a cost-effective way. And so I think that this really process that we need to start thinking about is how we can start connecting the dots between all of our different tools, because everybody's using a variety of tools already. They've got scanners, they've got ITSM systems, they've got Splunks and the syslogs of the world, but there's no way to actually share the information to effectively coordinate a response. And so I'd say that's the big thing, is kind of a shift of mindset. And I think that the industry is slowly catching up to that. But I mean, for the past 20 years, vulnerability management's been kind of a neglected field. So the biggest problem, I think, is kind of archaic thinking about what the purposes of vulnerability management are. So kind of an awareness thing, I guess, for the gist of it.
Well, I think a lot of what you say is correct, is that there are inherent challenges in mastering, vulnerability management. A lot of it has to do, though, with business, right? And
Sure.
and different business functions, and also different supports of different systems. I mean, we always like to talk about patching, right?
Oh, yeah.
But, patching is inherently risky because it tends to break other things that can impact business.
For sure.
And so, kind of looking at that, how do you start to weigh in patching and vulnerability management, right, to business, especially now, right? Systems are critical right now. I mean, when you think of healthcare organizations, government, municipalities, first responders, there's just an overload on all those people, right?
Yep.
We saw early on in COVID-19 ransomware attacks on food delivery services in Europe. So people weren't able to get food, again, and that was unpatched. A lot of that ransomware was unpatched, different plugins and apps within a website or an application.
Yep.
It's inherently difficult to do this. And, we can always point the finger and say we should do it better. We ignore it. I think a lot of times it's what do you feel like the right combination is between maybe, AppSec and DevOps and security when it comes to patching? What's that equilibrium of success look like?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I mean, that's something we deal with all the time. Just because, I mean, like you said, patching is inherently risky, and it's only become more important recently. But I mean, if you think about it this way, it's like a lot of people, when they think patching, they think, oh, Windows updates, workstation updates, or what have you. But the reality of where the real challenges of patching come into play are, you've got all of these, you've got 60 DNS servers that are basically running your AD environment. And so you don't want to auto patch those or just have those kind of go on a per monthly basis. You need to actually have a change management and process in place to manage those, because you don't want the lights to go out and not come back on, right? And so I would say where the good kind of vibe there between all three of those is a prioritization perspective, right? So you need to really think about what is important and what are your critical assets to your infrastructure. So you need to identify those, figure out what can you not live with going down, and then also you need to look at what's actually externally exposed. And we kind of recommend in this day and age right now, and we've actually seen a shift towards this, is focusing on everything that's externally exposed to the internet, right? So whether that's your AppSec, you've got code and web apps out there, you've got microservices out there, containers. It's really focusing on which of those assets are being accessed, are critical, and are externally exposed, and prioritizing in that way. It tends to be that's at least what we've seen, and that's kind of the way that the direction I'd say the industry is going right now.
So you brought up a really good kind of example here, which is, kind of like the patching priorities that need to change now that we are in remote work. Now we are seeing those priorities a little bit change, where people are more concerned. They're patching their VPNs.
Yep.
They're more concerned with that. They're patching their endpoint security greater. They're starting to patch their Microsoft stuff much greater. I mean, this week was Patch Tuesday. We saw a bunch of patches come out, not as much as we saw earlier this year, but a respectable amount. Do you feel like this is the new trend in patching, meaning the new remote work patching priorities is going to be, the VPN, because remote work it's not going away, right? I mean,
for sure.
You and I can agree that people are going to be working from home for the next few years. Organizations are going to start looking at, minimizing their real estate, because you don't need it. And this whole concept of moving people from one state to another to be close to an office, I think is at this point almost goners. I don't think you have to do that.
I think that's pretty accurate, man. I mean, you look at the prevalence of Zoom happy hours now, and you'll know that people can have fun even without being in the same room. So I totally agree. Remote work has completely changed the way that networks and big businesses operate, because in our experience, a lot of the bigger businesses are going to be the ones that are affected most by this, because they have a very big butt in seat mentality in terms of like, our workers need to be in-house, we need to have offices for them, we need our big cubicle farm to know that we have our managers watching them. And so we're actually seeing a shift basically in the big organizations like that. I mean, there's some that are, you've got giant buildings that are staffed at 10% of their norm, and so they're huge overhead costs, and we're realizing that people can work from home. So I kind of got off track there, so I apologize. But
no, you're fine. I mean, listen, the point of virtual summits, and we're people, and we can't just talk about one topic without really addressing the inherent things around that one topic that change everything. The move to the cloud is now at a great, I mean, you and I were talking the other day, I think it was yesterday, and one of the things you mentioned was, hey, Azure is out of space in Europe.
They're just being tapped out. You're not able to scale up. You're seeing applications crashing because the load balancers just aren't working. It's crazy. I mean, we're to a point where a cloud provider has run out of space.
That cloud provider being Microsoft. You got to point that out.
It's absolutely crazy. It's an insane thing. Like, there's all of these things that I don't know that if people are paying attention to, but I mean, I feel like the strain on the internet right now is pretty crazy. And there's got to be dumpster fires somewhere where people are just fire extinguishers on racks trying to keep the lights on in the whole world. And it's just like, it's crazy what is actually occurring right now from an infrastructure perspective.
So very interesting. In this virtual summit, for those that are watching now, one of our earlier sessions was with Mark Houpt. He's the Chief Information Security Officer for DataBank, a good friend of the show. We did our State of the Union together before COVID-19 in Dallas with our very, very good friend Patrick Benoit. Shout out to Patrick. Love you, Pat. I hope you guys are staying safe in Dallas. And one of those. One of our discussions in that earlier session was around the workload in this new cyber paradigm, how data centers are having to readjust their workloads, how these, microprocessors, these they call them blades, right? Servers are now called blades. And, you think of a large server. When we did our State of the Union, we did a CISO roundtable that evening. At DataBank's facility just outside of Dallas. And we were touring the facility after the roundtable, and you see these blades, and these blades can process 10 times faster than a typical server used to. And they're so small, they're so tiny, but their computing power is unbelievable. Technology's there. It's just a matter of scaling up and getting those parts. And part of that has to do with supply chain. Right?
Yeah.
We can't ignore vulnerability management as part of supply chain.
100%.
Right? I mean, it's part of your supply chain. You can't plan against it.
Oh yeah, no, you really can't. And the thing is, it's kind of crazy because vulnerability management is like this. It's like this conglomeration of everything, right? Everything that's going on, because it really does align very well with overall business risk. It's kind of a subcategory of business risk in some sense, right? And so not being able to get the hardware you need is also a vulnerability, right? really you're trying to achieve your, CIH triad or whatever it is that they call it now. I know they're always constantly updating those, but availability is a big part of this, right? And a big part of it too is if people are scaling up so wildly kind of externally and throwing a bunch into basically, I would say they're moving faster and faster into the cloud. They don't even know what's out there, right? So are we even scanning the right stuff? We don't even know.
You don't know what, how you're sitting on the cloud, what buckets you could be using, what containers, how you're setting it up, the different permission levels. I hear there's 5,000 ways to do encryption, but there's only about a handful of ways to do it right. And and when I send out my third-party due diligence, cyber due diligence checklist for organizations, I love when I hit the encryption part where they go, yes, we encrypt in transit at rest. We use AES 256, and then you ask them, okay, show me your encryption policy, your key management policy, and they go, what? Key management, what? And you're like,
so we just use an AWS encryption key for that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, great. Bravo. You just want to clap. But folks, as we talk about vulnerability management, for those watching, as practitioners, we have to understand vulnerability management isn't just patching your Apache struts. Shout out to Equifax.
Equifax.
or any other system. It's about overall managing your security program. That's vulnerability management, really, right? It's managing your keys correctly for your encryption. Yep. It's managing your systems. It's managing your business. There's so many aspects of it. Your physical security, it's part of your vulnerability management.
Oh yeah, somebody gets a USB drive in your system. I mean, you're as good as giving somebody just here, take the keys.
So I will tell you a very interesting aspect of that. You brought that up. It's kind of off topic, but since we're having a great conversation, why change it, right? So I don't know if you've seen it. Have you seen this new thing where people are trying to go away from passwords, right? So the whole mission is hackers access us because they can get passwords. So what if people didn't have to remember passwords? What if passwords were authenticated differently, right?
Yeah, you're talking about like the whole. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's like a Google initiative that's out there.
There's a Google initiative. There's a Microsoft initiative.
Yeah.
So the Microsoft initiative with one of those organizations, and I forgot what it is. It's a little USB port that you go in and you stick your fingerprint on it, and it authenticates that it's you. And so I looked at that really funny, and I was sitting in a room full of CISOs, and one of the companies that produced that product, I won't say who it was in the room. And so he was pitching it, and he goes, your employees will never have to use a password ever again because they just plug in this USB and they scan their fingerprint and voila, they're in the system.
Good to go. Yeah.
And so I go, so you want me to disable my USB ports so that I can enable no passwords for Office 365? So I'm getting rid of one attack vector and launching another one, and that one's worse than this one.
Yeah, well, it's funny, man. I mean, it goes back to the basics, right? It's every vendor wants to chase the new cool stuff. I think we went to a conference like 6 months ago or 8 months ago. They were like, 7-factor authentication. And it's like, okay, dude, really? I mean, there's 7 of the same factor, right? It's a password and a PIN number and whatever, an email address. Like,
and we inherently understand that multi-factor authentication, if you're not using an authentication app, you're not secure.
Right. Yeah.
Intercepting SMS is now standard, especially for the people who spread COVID-19. Before COVID-19, one of the stories we were actually looking at CyberHub Engage was how, in fact, some of the Chinese APTs, some of their new TTPs included the ability to hijack SMSs before they reach the phones for MFA, for multi-factor authentication. So use an authenticator app. Everyone's got one. Google has one. It's absolutely free. You can use it. Palo Alto's, a bunch of companies have them.
Yep.
Everyone's got their own authentication app. A lot of your endpoint providers have an authentication app. Use those over a cell phone. And it also gives you better control from a security perspective.
Sure.
An authenticator gives you so much more control. Kind of going back to a little bit about vulnerability management, though, what's the right model for vulnerability management in this new cyber paradigm? In the new cyber paradigm, where what we're talking about right now is more people are going to start working remotely. They're going to be all over the country. Companies are investing millions and millions, if not billions of dollars right now.
Yep.
In that transition to the cloud and that transition to remote work. Until there's a vaccine, we're not really going to see businesses come back to a full drumming office. Non-essential personnel, people who are at risk that have inherent health conditions are going to still, even, yesterday, President Trump's kind of, opening America again was all about people who are inherent in that risk group should not come to work, shouldn't even leave their house. They should remain in quarantine. They should remain at home, and their employers should respect that. And there's talks about, introducing a temporary bill that would make it illegal to fire an employee who has to be under quarantine because of health risks. So, I mean, what's the right model right now for all of this, Scott?
Yeah. Well, so that's a tough one because, I mean, we're just seeing in just the pure decrease of patching, right? So we work with a lot of big organizations across the world that do vulnerability management because that's kind of, we specialize in that, right? But what we're seeing across our customers is just a complete decrease in the actual emphasis on vulnerability management, which is kind of shocking in a sense because everybody's obviously just trying to shift to fully remote workforce. And so they're diverting most of their resources from kind of vulnerability management and patching and doing the management of the data to just trying to have remote management of laptops and purchase, remote VPN services and things like that. And so what we're seeing is a complete decrease in kind of I'd say the importance of vulnerability management to some of these bigger organizations, which is kind of funny because they're simultaneously increasing their attack surface. They're increasing all of the opportunities to be breached, and to basically you've got all these extra services that you're trying to implement them very quickly. So you all haven't vetted them through your traditional process of onboarding a new vendor, and so it's opening you up to a lot of risk. And so I think first off, like the proper model is just to kind of sit back and take a deep breath, go back to the basics. I think the SANS vulnerability maturity model does a great job of kind of outlining. It's not perfect, obviously, but it does a good job of saying, hey, these are like the 5 areas you should focus on, and just try to get to like a basic level of maturity in each one of those areas. So anything from discovery of your infrastructure to prioritization of the vulnerabilities. Make sure you're scanning everything correctly and appropriately. And you don't have to do it every day, but you need to understand what your actual risk is. You need to have visibility into what actually potentially could occur. And you need to have some sort of plan of action to glue that whole thing together so you can automate some of the response, right? Because a big thing is we need to automate as much of this process as we can. Because, I mean, there's a reason that nobody likes to do vulnerability management. It's because it's difficult, it's manual, it's tedious. But if you can start automating some of that, then it becomes a much easier problem to solve, I think.
Yeah, I think the more automation that goes into and I think as we inherently see the shift in the cybersecurity space, right? As we see that shift in organizations now and people who are looking to solve cybersecurity challenges in this new era, the automation of updating and patching systems is going to be key.
Oh yeah.
And this green and blue environments are going to be key. The ability to patch a system that's kind of running in the background, that's kind of quietly, and making sure that all the perks, the horn still honks and the car still goes forward and drive and goes backwards and reverse, and then turning it on and then patching the other system and kind of starting that transition, which is really the right way to do vulnerability management, right? Is having the same environment multiple times over. Do you agree with that, or do you feel like?
Totally agree, and I think we can even extrapolate that out a step further, right? So we've mainly been focusing on network security, right? But let's kind of take a step back and kind of look at it from a holistic application security focus, which is we've seen a trend where applications are a bigger and bigger part of your risk to your organization. To they have more vulnerabilities. It's generally less regulated. There's not as much kind of compliance information around your compliance requirements around application security. And so you need a way to manage that data as well. And so you need to make sure that you understand where your risk is across the board, be able to normalize all of that data into one place so you can then actually make real decisions, right? So that's a big part of this problem too, is just being able to make a decision because you don't have the information necessary to do so.
Right. And a lot of times business is also weary of losing specific features in an older version than so they don't want to patch it because they feel like they could lose a key component that maybe doesn't exist in a new in the patched version that could impact the performance of a specific business function within that technology piece.
Right.
And so and I think a lot of that comes down to just, technology grows rapidly. And like we're seeing now, right? People were building technological products on old systems. It was like the governor of New Jersey that came out and said he was like, COBOL, right? And you're like, what? Like, hang on, 2005 called.
Right, 1980.
We need COBOL developers. I could see like all the retirees that wrote COBOL called coming.
And
I can do this.
So this is totally off topic. But I was on Twitter the other day, and I saw that kind of a thread on one of the trending tweets of that, and there was somebody that made a comment that said, "Oh, I can finally go back to my dad and tell him it's his chance to save the world. He's 75 years old. It's your time, Dad. You can do it."
Hey, Dad, you've saved the world once during World War II. Come back and do it again now.
That's right. The Avengers. Let's get the band back together.
It's it'd be a really funny movie if that's exactly what happened, though. It'd be a great script.
Can't work an iPad, but he can throw some sweet COBOL code.
He sure can. And I mean that's the whole aspect of it. And I feel like we never learn from our mistakes, right? So just like people built stuff on COBOL and never changed it, people are now going to the cloud without really exploring the inherent risks or, are we using the right cloud provider? Are we using the right environments for the kind of data that we're storing? Or are we just throwing stuff out there to have access to it and then going on a multi-year project to fix it and never fixing it, never setting it up correctly? And I think that's one of the challenges in vulnerability management is a lot of times we're trying to put a Band-Aid over a gunshot wound.
Oh yeah,
but you got to get the bullet out. You got to stitch it up. A Band-Aid never cures a gunshot wound unless you're John Wick. Then that's a whole other story.
Hey, we all want to be John Wick.
But it's an inherent challenge. If we look at it from a CISO perspective, right? So if we look at vulnerability management is a lot of times not even on a CISO's priority. I don't want to say CISOs overlook it because they don't. But a CISO is generally concerned with the direction of the security program, new stuff that goes on. Vulnerability management is typically tasked to, the blue team, the red team, the purple team, someone over there that's really in charge of doing it. And a lot of times those people really aren't intertwined within the other business units to really work effectively with vulnerability management. So how do we enhance that vulnerability management communication and effectiveness? Especially now.
Yeah, so that's actually a really interesting problem because, on the surface, it does seem like actually the CISO shouldn't be involved in vulnerability management and the management of that actual program, right? The CISO does have higher level abstraction business decisions to make. But where we fall short right now is that once it's delegated to the security team or a red team or a blue team or whatever it is, they just stop paying attention completely. And so the real problem is that they don't have visibility, and the security teams, and a lot of the organizations we work with, they're trying to glue together their information for, via PowerShell scripts and Excel worksheets and emails. And so the CISO a lot of times will ask a question about vulnerability management to say, hey, we want to have some insight that we care about of our vulnerability data. And then the security team goes and they're like, all right, give us a week and a half. We'll get you that answer. And so there's this kind of just, there's a break in the communication from the capabilities of what the security team can actually provide from a vulnerability management perspective because of just the difficulty and I'd say some of the challenges around vulnerability management itself. And then the CISOs just don't have quick insight into actually what's going on to actually really factor it into their overall decision-making process. And then once it's delegated as well, there's no good way to collaborate across teams, right? So a vulnerability management security team might have they have all of this vulnerability data, but they're not the ones that are actually doing the patches, right? They have to delegate that to another team. And so how do they translate that as a priority to the IT teams? in an effective way and actually allow for collaboration. So that's where you need a platform. You need some sort of process where you can actually communicate, and where vulnerability management can be some sort of priority. And again, it all comes down to priority.
So let me push back on that for a second,
Sure.
right? Because you bring up a good point, but again, the people who typically run vulnerability management don't understand the importance of different systems to an organization.
Yep.
A lot of times, there's a saying in Hebrew. And some people who listen to the show will understand. It's called Rosh Gadol, Rosh Katan. Rosh in Hebrew means head. And there's a big head, Rosh Gadol, and there's a small head, Rosh Katan.
Yeah.
Most people in vulnerability management teams
the little heads.
are little heads. So they're going to see a vulnerability. They're going to task it to the right people. They're not quite going to understand how important it is. And a lot of times they'll put something that isn't because they'll see it somewhere and they'll, go into a Google, or they'll go into Splunk, or they'll go into, a bunch of different systems to be like, oh, wow, this is critical. And you're like, who's it critical for? Is it critical for our business, or is it critical because Citrix was critical for business?
Yep.
Everyone needed to take care of that.
100%.
But not every Microsoft update that's critical is critical to every business. It's critical because it just depends on how you're using that specific piece of technology and how important it is and what data it's processing and what data it's containing. And there's not a system out there today. I can't think of one product or one solution out there today that helps identify and build a criteria that says, here's all your vulnerabilities, right? Here's all the data that's in every single one of those systems. Here's that data classification and that data importance. It's IP, it could be patent, it can be, work processes, it can be 500 things. And here's, why this is important. Now, here's its rating to the business, not from Microsoft, not from Adobe, not from Citrix, not from anyone else, from the business.
Yeah. So, question for you. I'm gonna ask you a question, and then I'll answer your question after I get your answer.
Oh wow, one of those. Okay,
cool. It's gonna be fun. So where do you normally get that asset data? Right, the ratings of the asset criticality and the criticality to the business. What type of data is on there? Like, where is that data actually stored? Kind of in your experience.
Either in the CISO's head, or computer, or somewhere along the executive management team, somewhere between the CISO and the CIO. It's typically never delegated down.
Exactly. So what you obviously haven't. The reason I'm pushing back on this is because you obviously haven't used our product in a while, but because that's actually one of the big things that we do, right? Is we take vulnerability data from all of your scanning tools, we normalize it all together, and then we're actually integrating with asset inventory systems, asset discovery systems to actually pull in the importance of different criteria for the assets, and we're overlaying that on top of the vulnerability rating. And then we're also, on the third part, we're actually allowing the users to go in and say which of those criteria is most important to us. So maybe publicly exposed is most important, maybe business criticality of the asset is most important, and then your risk rating is actually going to change based on that. And that's kind of one of the foundations of the way that we do our prioritization, is to actually give you that asset context where you can bubble up and say these 15 vulnerabilities out of our 20,000 are the ones that are actually, they need to be fixed right away because they're externally exposed, they're business critical, and it's sensitive data, and you've got a exploitable, there's a public exploit available for critical vulnerability on that system. And so I like to push back, and I know we like to have fun like that where we challenge each other, but that's
no, I mean that's again, like I said, yeah, you're right. I haven't been able to really see your guys' platform, and you know what, for people watching, listening, that's okay. I mean, that's the whole point of doing this stuff. And the point is to push back. The point is to have a discussion. The point is to also have a real conversation, and, and that's part of it. And, I mean, that I think that's a challenge even for me as a CISO, right? Mm-hmm. And when I want to run vulnerability management as a virtual CISO for a few organizations that I work with now, it's difficult because when you're delegating it, I know, right? But the team doesn't always know.
They don't.
Yep. And a lot of times vulnerability management is kind of, it's given to the intern, the apprentice, the first year guy that's, the person who's just got started, just finished orientation, just got done training, and they're like, hey, you know what? go do the bitch job of.
I was gonna say go run some Nessus scans.
Yeah, well, I say a bitch job, right? Go do the job that no one wants to do.
Life, man.
Yeah. Hashtag go patch.
That's right.
And they end up going to do it, and a lot of times as they're kind of trying to manage it, they're weary of shaking any feathers in the process, right? So some end up in an email going back saying, hey, we can't patch this now, and then that never gets escalated back up. And I think that was one of the things with Equifax and a bunch of other breaches that I've studied, is a lot of times the higher ups will see that and delegate it down, and it gets redelegated and redelegated and redelegated, and then it gets to that person, and the person on the bottom of the totem pole that's supposed to do the work goes, yeah, this is gonna not exactly work well. It's going to need a bunch of stuff, and they kick it back up, and it never goes back up the chain. It typically dies somewhere. And that's one of the reasons why we see so many typical vulnerabilities get exposed by cyber criminals when they're attacking an organization. And if people just kind of comprehended that, understood it for a little bit more, and started processing it, and especially now, remote work.
Oh, it's
the
so
pushback. It's so much worse now because that water cooler conversation. One of the hardest parts, I think, I don't know what it's like for you, but for me, is not being able to talk to DevOps.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. Because now everybody's on different schedules too, and it's crazy. But we've seen a big kind of disconnect between even just the product team and the development team that's used to working in the same space for the last 3 years, right? And so now nobody can talk to each other except setting up Zoom calls and other types of meeting invites. So it is a pain. But the thing that I love the direction this conversation is going, because we're really starting to get into the nuts and bolts of vulnerability management and some of the core issues, right? If the visibility issue and the accountability issue is, I would say, probably number one, and I would say the number one source of why breaches occur is because the losing of visibility from the upper level back down to the lower level and then back up to the upper level as needed. And so that's really one of the problems that we set out to solve originally. Even before it was prioritization, was we need to be able to say, we want that accountability to say a vulnerability was discovered, it was rated at this level from a C-suite member, it was delegated to this person, then it was delegated to that person, then it was delegated to this person, and then that person number 4 kicks it back up, it goes back up, it goes back up. And we want to maintain that whole link so you have that whole audit trail of everything that's occurred. The person at the low level knows why it was rated a certain level, and they know that they're expected to do this patch and this is why. And then if there's issues, they can kick it back up, and everything sort of seamlessly syncs together. And that's really one of the core issues of vulnerability management that everybody struggles with, because you lose it in emails, you lose it in Excel sheets, you lose it in SharePoint. You just can't track it there.
Right. For those listening and watching us right now, you can obviously comment on the side of this video with your best practices, how you guys are doing it. If you agree or disagree with what we say, you can call us idiots if you'd like. That's quite okay.
We love when you do that.
We do enjoy when people call us idiots, but don't just do it for the sake of it. If you're going to call us an idiot, you better back it up.
Tell me why.
Yeah, anyone can write idiot. Just so you guys know, don't be a Twitter troll.
My mom calls me that all the time. We need real evidence here.
But the thing about this is, for a lot of practitioners, I think there's an inherent within the business to now, especially in the era of remote work, to create almost a multi-unit team of patching and vulnerability management, where you have someone from DevOps and someone from IT and someone from AppSec and a few people from security and a few people from business that are inherently, that's the team, and these guys are empowered. They're the champions 100%. Of getting this stuff done. And if we're able to start to build those teams more and more and more, then we can utilize platforms better, we can increase accountability, and we can reduce our risk. And I think at the end of the day in cybersecurity, one of the things that we're doing for a lot of people watching is we stopped doing our daily cyber briefing for a while. And the reason we did that is because I didn't just want to highlight headlines anymore. I wanted to really do some practitioner stuff. And on May 4th, we'll be relaunching with some really, really cool stuff. But we're no longer looking to lay the blame. We really want to find the reason why stuff happens and bring front and center the basics, the basic blocking and tackling. And one of the first basic of blocking and tackling isn't just a VPN and an antivirus and a firewall. It's also vulnerability management. It's understanding, updating your systems, updating your computers. I mean, how many times do people not shut down their computers so that the automatic window updates actually happen?
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, it's definitely an interesting time. I mean, it's one of those things where, again, I mean, we kind of hit on this earlier, but it's just sort of been a neglected field just because of the fact that nobody really wants to do it. The interns get to do it. They don't really want to ruffle any feathers because they just got there and then they leave and they move on before they, really become experts. They don't even know what they don't know. And so we have this kind of self-inflicted wound. It's like a cycle where we're basically just always getting the new people into vulnerability management, then they leave to go do something that's perceived as more fun, maybe like SOC analyst or pen tester, red team, purple team, that kind of stuff. And nobody really ever kind of takes the initiative. And I think the approach that you actually mentioned a couple minutes ago, where you basically have to nominate and empower people from different teams to actually make vulnerability management happen, is a great idea, right? Because inherently, with a larger organization, you've got different segments of your network, you've got different segments of your business. And so being able to say, hey, this team of people basically nominees from across different teams. Maybe it's the DevOps team, the IT team, and the security team that are the leads for this segment of our vulnerability management data, and being able to assign role-based access control, be able to build their own workflows is a huge part of that. And then by empowering people to actually take ownership, I think you get much better results. And then the trick is just to try to let the CISO be able to input and get the data out that he needs, right? So it's a great idea. It's difficult in practice because everybody's got a ton of other priorities, right? I mean,
right, but at the end of the day, it is the priority of the organization to manage risk, right?
100%. Yep.
And so we can't say that our main concern for our business is, we don't want to go through, we don't have time to make a committee on vulnerability management. Why not? Right? Yeah. How hard is it for these people to take an hour every 2 weeks to review the vulnerability report, delegate, and
make
set
a micro strategy for 2 weeks, right? It's not really that hard. It doesn't take that much time.
No, and the one thing I've noticed in this era of COVID-19, calls are shorter. They're far more effective. Mm-hmm. What used to be a 90-minute office meeting is now a 30-minute call.
Yep. It's great.
Right.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
It's awesome. It's far more effective. And so it's far more effective. And so it's something we have to look at. It's something we really have to explore. It's something we really need to kind of take seriously beyond technology, right? Because a platform, a lot of times, people buy the great shiny box, but if you're not implementing it correctly, so I know of a ransomware attack that happened on an organization that actually had the technology in place to stop the attack from happening.
It just didn't configure it correctly, or they didn't.
It wasn't configured correctly. Correct. It didn't have the right configuration. They could have stopped it in its tracks.
Well, and that's actually another interesting piece of this too, is that people think vulnerability management, they think CVEs, they think CVSS, but it's like cloud configurations, vulnerabilities, configuration of your firewall, that's vulnerabilities. That's not CVE scores. But how do you manage that data in line with your business risk and your appetite for risk and everything that you want to do, and who's responsible for it? And yes, there's a ton of challenges there, but I think we just need to start looking at this more holistically than, we're doing some scans and found some CVEs. Let's go, implement some patch management solution.
Yeah, we live in a time where I think now more than ever, and over the next few years, as we transition more into the cloud, as we transition more into remote work, as our teams interact more through Slack and all these different IMs, that having a committee to deal with this that reports to, they don't have to report directly to the CISO as well. They can report to a senior vice president or a vice president or a director that really is responsible for that team, but ensures that at least they have some level of accountability to vulnerability management. We reduce our risk surface so much by doing that. I mean, the cost of that if you look at the financial cost of, let's say, taking 5 people and having them invest 2 hours a month, that's maybe what, $1,000 a month?
Something like that, yeah.
Maybe. So that's $12,000 a year. The average cost of
they put the interns on it, so that'll be more like $500 a month.
Well, I mean, just say you got 5 higher ups, 5 kind of leaders.
Sure. I was just trying to be funny.
I know.
Sometimes it falls flat. I know. It's all good.
Well, I mean, I think we're in this part of this conversation where it's what can we do? What can we take back to the business right now to really help us deal with this, right? Because I think that there's inherently, I see, Twitter and Reddit and LinkedIn feeds and all these different people saying, well, right now the most important part is, BYOD and work from home and Wi-Fi networks. And you're like, yeah, we get it, but no business is going to go out and secure a home Wi-Fi network. You're not going to do it.
Yeah. Plus, people need their personal time at home, right? So,
yeah,
I mean, they don't want, most people that I know, especially in this industry, don't want their business to control their home Wi-Fi network. It's just not a reality.
Yeah, can you imagine, like, hey, honey, I got fired today, and by the way, we don't have internet for 2 weeks because AT&T can't come out here and install our
that's right.
Like, I mean, imagine the people who really inherently don't have very good internet.
Yeah, it's already a big challenge for a lot of people to, the pipes don't go to every place in the country, right? Yep. So it's already a problem. I mean, we don't want to exacerbate the loads that we're already experiencing, right? I mean, it goes all the way back to the conversation at the beginning. Infrastructure is kind of tapped out right now. It takes a long time to build that up. When we're building up the internet and the capabilities of the internet, it needs to be this slow, steady process. But when an event like this happens, it's like all of a sudden there's a exponential growth in usage of the internet, and we have yet to see it. I mean, honestly, we're handling it pretty well, all things considered, shifting to like pretty much mostly remote workforce. So I've actually been pretty impressed with the fact that the outages have been as small as they have.
I got to tell you something. I love our country. I love our nation. Europe is falling apart, man. Those guys are crumbling at the seams. I mean, they are. And our nation has risen up to this challenge, and every time this country, people think, oh, this is the end of America. This is the end of America's greatness. This, we heard that in 9/11. We heard that in the economic crash of 2008. We'll never recover. We'll never be back to where we were. And we came back greater, roaring, and better than ever with the best economy this planet has ever seen. And in this challenge, we are seeing the ingenuity, the entrepreneurship, the leadership, the community support that the American people give each other, no matter of race, religion, creed, color. None of that mattered, because for this very moment, for the last, almost we're 47 days into this, more or less.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. Everyone's an American, and no matter nothing, everyone's going out and they're buying from local restaurants. They're ordering from local restaurants. They're supporting local business, buying gift cards that they're not going to use for, they know they may not use them for 6 months, but they're buying them now. And that's inherently what's great about our country. And as we kind of wrap up this session on vulnerability management, I could say that while our systems are vulnerable, our people aren't. Our tenacity isn't. Our ability to really withstand this and grow from this is just unfathomable. We will come back, and we will be better than ever, and we will master vulnerability management. We will. It will happen. There'll be automation. Nucleus will be there to support that with what those guys do. Guys, Scott, thank you so much for coming on, man, and being part of the virtual summit. How can people touch base with you?
With me? Well, mainly I like to stick to LinkedIn, just because I don't want to waste too much time on Twitter, because I've got stuff to do. But yeah, LinkedIn, or you can hit us up at our website, and connect with me on LinkedIn is probably the best way, because then you'll be able to connect. We'll be able to have conversations. I'm happy to talk to anybody about vulnerability management, regardless of Nucleus or anything like that. And I just want to say, really do appreciate you having me on the podcast, on the virtual summit here. And I really do agree. I think that America really does come together in times of crisis, and this is one of those. And I think time and again we'll rise above. And War of 1812, Revolutionary War, Civil War. We will come back. It's just a matter of time and sticking together. And I really do appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much, folks. We're going to get through this. There's already a light in the horizon. We're going to reopen America. There's already plans in place. State by state, it's going to start to happen. No matter where you are in this great nation, things are going to get better. And for those watching from internationally, this is going to get better globally, and things will come back to where they were, and it'll be better than ever before, because for this moment, for this period of time, we all forgot about every other thing on this planet and focused on us as human beings. And that brought humanity back to people who may have lost track of that just a little bit in this time. So that's it for this session, folks. So much more in this virtual summit coming up right after this very short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay right back, or you can hit pause and just view this at your pleasure, and go make yourself a cup of coffee, maybe get yourself a sandwich, order from a local restaurant, get yourself something, and support local business so they're able to survive this time as well. That's it for this session, folks. We'll be back with so much more here in just a minute. Until then, I'm James Azar, folks. Scott Coffer with Nucleus Security. Next session coming up right after this break.
Thanks, everybody.
Folks, I hope you enjoyed this virtual summit. I know I did. Recording these episodes, talking to these guys is just absolutely phenomenal. It's great to be able to really diversify, speak to multiple different people about so many different aspects of how our lives are constantly changing due to this pandemic. With that being said, I just want to repeat and say we're all going to be okay. We have our health, and if you've been healthy during this pandemic, you have something to be grateful for. You got a roof over your head, you've got another thing to be grateful for. You have food on your table, you've got another thing to be grateful for. You've got a car in the garage, you've got another thing to be grateful for. You have friends and family and everyone's healthy. Then we have so many things to be grateful and appreciative for. Yes, it's uncertain times. Yes, there's no playbook for this. There's no incident response plan quite built for a global pandemic of this magnitude, of this nature, of this rate that affects our weakest in our population, the people who we need to watch out for the most. And it requires a personal sacrifice from each and every single one of us. Yes, the economic impact is terrible for a lot of people, for a lot of organizations. And yes, there's more ahead. And there's unfortunately going to be more victims, more pain. But at the end of this all, we will come out of this with better resolve, with better planning, and prepared for whatever comes next. That's it for us here. Like I said, more announcements coming up of how we are recalibrating our content over this period of COVID-19, and what we'll start bringing you folks on May 4th to really help you accelerate and steam forward in this era. So until next time, folks, thank you so much for listening. Thanks so much for tuning in. Please make sure to support our great sponsors for this specific virtual summit. Checkpoint, Attivo Networks, KnowBe4, Nucleus Security, Odix, and I know I'm forgetting someone in this mix, and I do apologize if I am. I think I've mentioned them all. Yeah, folks, I did. And so with that being said, that's it for us here today. A big shout out to Mark Houpt as well, and thank you for his time and the amazing work he does at DataBank. Until next time, folks, my name is James Azar, and stay cyber safe.